my middle girl was a teenager, about 20 years ago. Her best friend had moved to a little town about an hour away from us outside of Huntington, Arkansas. The girls begged me to bring my daughter to spend the weekend with her. I called the girl's mom and made sure that she would be at home and that it was okay to spend the weekend. The arrangements were made. I dropped my daughter off after school that Friday. The mom would bring her home that Sunday after church. We started as soon as she got off the bus, and it got dark before we could get there. I don't remember much about the town except it had an old country store. There was a sign that said, established 1880. The way the place looked was like we had stepped back in time about 100 years. I told my daughter, this place really creeps me out. Something's wrong here. She begged me to let her stay. We got to her friend's house, and I really didn't doubt that her mom would protect my daughter, so I let her stay. As I headed for the hour drive home, I still couldn't shake that feeling that something wasn't right. It was a dark night, and the road was long. I didn't see a soul until something brown flashed on my passenger side of my car, and I felt a bump. I thought I had hit a deer, so I stopped to make sure it was dead. When I got to the front of the car, nothing was there. No blood trail, no damage to my car. I looked at both sides of the car, no signs of damage or an animal. That really creeped me out because I knew I had hit something. And then there I am, in the middle of the road, black as night, except for the light of my headlights. I walked around the car one more time, and that's when it happened. I stepped into something like a wall of static electricity. It hit me from head to toe. I'd only felt this one other time in my life, and that was years before this incident. I knew that I had stepped in the middle of a spirit. I stood there, and it felt like the feeling would go away and then come back over the next couple minutes. I let them pass through me and then headed to the car, locked the door, and drove on home. I knew what had happened, but getting anyone to believe me was a totally different story. Later, I did some research on the area at the local historical society. Apparently, many years before, a regiment of Confederate soldiers had marched in the direction headed towards the Battle of Fort Smith. They lost the battle, and the Federal troops took over the town. I wonder if they continue to march to this day to a battle that they'll lose. Hey everyone, I just wanted to reach out and inform you about all of this. I live near Bangor, and I was heading home from work last night. I usually go through Martins Creek. I was driving on 611, and it was about 9 o'clock p.m. I was passing the Alpha Cement building right next to the quarry. To my surprise, I saw what I thought was the shadow of a large owl sitting on top of a tree or a stump or fence post on the right side of the road. It scared me at first because of the way it was sitting, made me think it was about 6 foot tall. I started going a little slower to take a photo, but as soon as I got close, It opened up its wings, and to my surprise, it had massive eyes that were kind of reddish brown and no light reflecting on them. It was bizarre. It looked like a man had put on an owl costume, and the head was shaped like a human's. It then took off up near the trees, and that stump or fence post was not something it was sitting on, but it was its legs. So it had to be almost 6 feet tall. The legs were a lot like a person's, and the way it was standing when I was driving before, it had its wings tucked around the bottom legs, and it looked like the top of its wings. I couldn't see the color of it, but I thought it had some light brown to it. It shocked me so much. I tried to take photos and videos, but it took off above the tree line towards the Howell Road behind me. I have no idea if this is an animal that you guys can tell me about. I just wanted to inform you all about this. I know we all have small cats and dogs in the area. I also was just wondering if anyone else in that area saw or heard anything that night. Thank you so much. I have lived in and around Christiansburg, Virginia for most of my life. I moved away for about 15 years and lived in Florida. I live in Christiansburg now. This incident happened to me when I was around 12 years old. My family had just moved into a house in Shawsville, Virginia, in part of Shawsville called Allegheny. If you turn down the road where the old Meadowbrook nursing home was, it is now a library. But if you go about 4 miles, our house was near the river on the roadside. This would have been in 1987. I remember just starting school, and it was late September or early October, and I was awoken to lights shining in every window of the house we lived in, next to a cornfield. It still had stalks up, and the grass was really high. I noticed this because I opened the bedroom window, and it didn't have a screen in it. I put my head out the window and looked up at the sky, and all I could see was bright lights shining in my eyes. It was so close to the house that nothing could possibly get that close to the window. It was the early 2000s, and a friend I was working with was heading up around Blacksburg, Virginia one night to visit someone at Mountain Lake. When she came back the next day, she came right over to ask me about gargoyle-like creatures in the area near the exit of Mountain Lake. Now, there are legends of gargoyles in Appalachia, but none this far that I know of. Anyways, it was late. I think she said around 10 p.m. She was near the Mountain Lake exit, heading southwest. Suddenly, the right shoulder of the road, she saw something large. It filled the area, bigger than a dog, smaller than a cow. She couldn't figure out what it was as she passed, and then she saw what looked like a winged gargoyle-like creature squatted down on the shoulder. She said she looked back to see what it was in the taillights, and there was nothing there in the road. I remember my aunt Eugenia's story about the mailman who delivered the mail by horseback. My aunt was born in 1914. She told me that one day when the mailman was riding across a creek that he suddenly heard a very loud splashing sound behind him. He turned around in his saddle to see a huge gray booger with long hair covering its face rush up and grab the horse by the animal's hindquarters. The horse began to struggle and attempt to break away, but all it could do was plunge about. He said that the horse's kicks had no effect on the booger whatsoever. The booger was about 8 feet tall. The mailman threw his legs over the horse's neck and jumped off the wildly flailing animal. He ended up spraining both his wrists when he landed on the rocky creek bottom. He managed to throw off his waterlogged bag when he hit the opposite shore. He then ran without looking back to the first farm down the road. After recounting his story to the man and his sons at the farm, they armed themselves and hurried back to the scene of the attack. When they arrived at the creek, they found the mailman's bag and the horse laying dead midstream, with its left hindquarter torn off and missing.
Now, this first story takes place in Glade Spring, West Virginia, back in 2014. So I'd never heard of the black-eyed children until I encountered them. Still not knowing what in the world or anything they were, I did what any modern 25-year-old male would do. I Googled them. And boy, was I shocked. I wasn't the only one. I had not seen them for myself. I would have just thought it to be another modern urban legend gone viral. Besides my girlfriend, I've only told my brother, who's into everything creepy and horror, for I knew he would be the only one not to judge me, try to commit me to a mental hospital. He's the one who said I was supposed to hear. If this is the wrong sub, please direct me to the right one. Keep in mind I'm no writer. Sorry for any grammar. I'm an accountant. Don't want any upvotes or try to impress anybody. I'm just simply trying to warn people that some things out in this world are beyond our comprehension. And if you hear a knock at the door, make sure you check before opening it. I wish I had. Here's my story. My girlfriend and I live in a small gated community in southern West Virginia called Glade Springs. The community has about 150 houses, a country club, and a steakhouse bar called Bunkers. Now anyone can come through the gate during the business hours of Bunkers, but after they close, the front security gate stops all traffic and makes sure that you're a resident. If you're a visitor, they call the house that you're going to verify that you're actually expecting. Sometimes it can be a hassle, but hey, I don't have to worry about a robbery. So imagine my surprise when my doorbell chimed at 3 a.m. I was jarred awake. Wasn't sure if it was just a dream. Sitter and I had just went to bed shortly before. It was probably going into REM sleep. I rolled over and looked at the clock, noticing the time. When my doorbell chimed again, I felt a cold chill run through my body. Not reading too much into it. Could be one of the neighbors. They has an emergency or anything, you know. I nonchalantly made my way to the door. Now see how foolish I really was. And opened it. Luckily, the wrought iron storm door was still locked. Because who What stood before me was not a resident of the community. Two young boys stood at my doorstep, one looking about 17, another about 10, wearing a dark hooded sweatshirt and jeans. The young one had on shaggy, dirty blonde hair, and would only look down at the stone steps. And the other one had his hood pulled and his head tipped to where I could only see half from his nose down. My voice caught in my throat before I could even ask what they wanted. The older one spoke. His voice sounded forced and dry. There was no emotion, no sincerity in what he said. I'm sorry to bother you and your girlfriend, but we need to come in to use your phone. We've been in an accident. I felt the familiar chill return to my whole body. How did he know my girlfriend was here? I wrote it off as my Tahoe and her Volkswagen was in the driveway, and I figured they just assumed. I tripped over my words. Something about these kids just weren't right. Weren't normal. Wasn't human. I can bring you my cell phone, and you can call. I don't get service inside here, so you'll have to stand out on the sidewalk and call. I finally said nervously. Of course, I was lying through my clenched teeth. I did not want these kids in my house. Well, my brother really needs to use your bathroom, Kane. We have to come in, the older one said. And that's when I went into complete panic. He knew my name. I'm sorry, are you from here? How did you know my name? The words practically shook out of my mouth. That's when he became slightly hostile and demanded to be let inside. I told him I was sorry, but I couldn't help it. And just as I was about to close the main door is when it happened. The both of them snapped their heads upwards and looked at me straight in the eyes. Black. No iris, no pupil, no retina. Just pure, deep black. I was paralyzed with fear. For a second, I thought those kids were just playing a really cruel joke and snuck in the community somehow and brought some of those freaky supernatural demon contact lenses. That was until I heard it ringing. It was like a ringing sound that you hear when you have a hearing test done, that digital high-pitched shrill ringing. And then the flashback started. I was suddenly a toddler again at my grandparents' house, sitting under a chestnut tree, with my mother picking up the nuts and putting them in a large metal soup kettle. Crisp fall day, one of my earliest and dearest memories. I was about 3, and even have a picture. One I hold very dear to my heart. But then they were there, behind my mother. We locked eyes, their eyes still black as night, and suddenly they smiled simultaneously. That's when everything went black. The next thing I knew, I was shaking awake, lying in the mudroom floor. My girlfriend standing over me with a worried look. What the heck, Kane? She asked. I had no idea how to answer. My head taking a good whack against the slate floor. A bit of dry blood was stuck to my hair. But other than that, I was fine physically. I slowly remembered everything. And what happened? Looked at the door. Daylight. Never been so glad to see morning in all my life. Told my girlfriend everything that happened. And I honestly think she thought I had brain damage from hitting the floor. But she insisted she believed me. And then we Googled it. And I believe that's when she really started to believe me. It was right then. I don't know who or what they were, or where they come from. They're not of this world. I know that for a fact. For some reason, I had a lingering thought. Still not sure if they put the thought in my head or not, that they wanted me to know that even my memories aren't safe. They're very strong, seem to be growing in numbers. For some reason, they seem to not be able to hurt you physically unless you invite them in. Which, I don't know, since either no one has ever let them in or the ones that have aren't around to tell the story anymore. But they can get your mind. Since that night, I feel as though I'm being watched. I see them out of the corner of my eye occasionally. I look at my girlfriend while we're at the movie or at dinner, and her eyes will be solid black for a split second. Worst of all, they took my most precious, most often reminisced memories and turned it into something sinister. Something that's now a constant reminder of the black-eyed children.
This early account of black-eyed children comes from Virginia in 1950. It concerns a 16-year-old boy known only as Harold. According to the story, Harold was walking home one evening when he came across another boy leaning against a fence as if he was waiting for someone. The teenager attempted to speak to him, but received no response. He was about to walk off and go on with his journey when the strange voice suddenly stated to Harold, "I want to go to your house. You're going to take me to your house." It was then Harold noticed the blackness of the boy's eyes. There was no white in them, just solid black. Harold began to think about turning and running home as fast as he could. And something even stranger and more chilling happened. The boy blurted out, "Now don't you run away from me. You're going to walk me up to your house." Harold turned away and ran anyways, faster than his legs had ever carried him before. He later recalled to his parents that he did so, and he heard a scream behind him. A scream that sounded very similar to a bobcat. Interestingly, his parents believed in their son's accounts, so much so that his father was said to have grabbed his gun and immediately gone out looking for the menacing boy who had demanded his son take him to their family home. His mother apparently thought her son had an encounter with the devil himself and stated that she should take him to see a local priest.
There were very few people there that day. I found it strangely eerie how quiet it was, she said. While walking back to my car, I rounded a corner and saw an old lady and a younger boy. He immediately caught my attention because he was so odd looking. I had never seen anyone like him. The boy looked to be about 12 years old, seemed average at first. But as she watched him talk with the woman, he seemed anything but average. The boy's black hair contrasted sharply with his pale skin. Dark patches hung under his eyes. It looked like he hadn't slept in weeks, she said. He had a very thin face. As she walked closer to the pair, she heard their conversation in a quiet but strong voice. The boy asked the woman for help. He stood very rigid with his hands by his side, looking at the ground. She fished around for her purse, for something to give him. As I got closer, I noticed he seemed to get more uncomfortable. The boy began to shift his body when she passed him on her way to the car. When he lifted his head and made eye contact with her, I froze. His eyes were black as night. Very dull, almost dead, Kirchner said. The look he gave me haunted me. The feeling I got from him was as though he wasn't there at all, almost ghostly. Eyes locked on Kirchner. The boy turned slowly, not waiting for the older woman to give him what she had dug in her purse for, simply walked away. Kirchner doesn't know who or what the boy was. This memory will stick with her forever. Ever since then, the look he gave me has haunted me, she said. Almost like he knew what I had been thinking.
I was working the night shift at my local Taco Bell when I had one of the scariest moments in my life that I ever experienced. It was 10 o'clock at night and the place was a graveyard. I was working the drive-thru that night. We hadn't had a customer in hours, so I was catching up on some cleaning when suddenly a loud static sound came over my drive-thru headphones. So loud that I had to take them off. I checked the camera. Nothing there. I went about my business after that. I then started getting the feeling like someone was watching me. Shortly after, my coworker comes through from the back and lets out a shriek. I turned to see a girl with jet black hair standing at the drive-thru window facing us. My coworker and I look at each other in disbelief. We then hear the girl speak in a voice that still chills me to this very day. May I come in? My coworker and I stood there for a moment, not knowing what to say. Then I responded, "Sorry, miss. The restaurant is closed for the night. We are only taking orders through the drive-thru." Then the girl replies, "Please, someone let me in. I really need to use the bathroom." My coworker then looks at me and whispers, "Dude, maybe we should just let her in. She's just a kid." I shook my head no. Something just felt off about the whole thing. I mean, what is a 10 or 11-year-old girl doing standing in a drive-thru at 10 p.m. at night on a Wednesday? I responded to the girl, "I'm sorry, we can't let anyone in. We've closed the restaurant for the night." After a moment of silence, the girl starts banging on the window, shouting, "Let me in! Let me in!" I look at my coworker and ask, "What should we do?" he responded. I don't know. Call the police? The girl then stopped and stares at us. And that's when we see it. The set of pitch black eyes. After a few moments of silence, you hear a voice that sounds like it's coming from 1,000 miles away. Hello? We look in the direction it's coming from. It's the drive-through headset. We look over to it and turning our backs to the girl, I responded, hello? The man on the other end responds, yes, can I have 2 5-layer burritos? My coworker then shouts, oh my God, she's gone. I turn to look at the girl who was nowhere to be seen. After serving the guy in the drive-thru window, my coworker and I began searching the internet on my phone, only to find out we had just had an encounter.
A report from an Ohio man was given the pseudonym Noetic. Told of a strange encounter in July 2010. 2 black-eyed teenagers outside the data center where he worked. Noetic was taking a break during his night shift, smoking a cigarette outside the building around 5 a.m. when he noticed 2 teenage boys come across the street from the building. He felt immediately unnerved as soon as he noticed them. Perhaps because they appeared to be staring at him, but were otherwise motionless. He quickly finished his cigarette and went back in the building, back to work. Around 10 minutes later, however, the intercom front door buzzed. And as Noetic turned to observe the monitors, he could see that it was the 2 boys who had been staring him down earlier. He pressed the talk button and asked what they wanted, stating that he was busy. Neither of the boys spoke, but one of them motioned to the camera for him to come outside. He pressed the talk button again and told them they would have to leave, and then went back to work. The 2 boys continued to stare into the camera as though they were looking through the TV monitor into the room where he worked. Another 10 minutes or so, he noticed that he decided to go to the front door and asked the boys to leave. Let him get on with his job. Before he opened the door, however, he sneaked a look at the 2 boys through the one-way glass. They looked normal enough, apart from the fact that they had completely black eyes. Well, this made him even more on edge, but he decided to open the door anyway and tell the boys to leave, or he'd have to call the police. As soon as he opened the door, one of the boys said to him, as if he'd been reading his mind, "That will not be necessary, sir. We simply need to use your phone. Can you let us in?" Noetic decided, saying that nobody was allowed in. The boys asked again to be invited into the building and stood there staring at the now distressed man. Noetic pulled out his mobile phone, repeating his threat to call the police, pulled the door shut again. He went back and observed the pair from the safety of the monitor. One boy remained at the door and stared at the camera, while the other made his way to the back of the building and stared into the camera there. Noetic called the police, all the while watching his monitors. The boys made their way to a blind spot on the security cameras. But while Noetic was waiting for them to reappear on one of his monitors, they seemed to have simply vanished. By the time the police did arrive, around 6 a.m., there was No sign of either of the two strange teenagers.
Right after our wedding, my husband and I headed off to our honeymoon destination, which was a beautiful tree house in the middle of the Appalachian woods. I've seen a few people make posts looking for something fun and scary to do, so what better time to tell you about our trip to Cairo, West Virginia the other night. First, we stopped off at the old school to take a quick tour inside, but we were chased off by bats. So we went down another road, which ultimately got us lost and scared that our vehicle would roll off the hill. Well, that didn't stop us. We continued out to Silver Run Tunnel 19, but instead of walking, we decided to drive through. Upon coming to the opposite end, we looked over at a picnic table and saw what looked like two bright red lights on top of the table. The odd part was the lights would appear and disappear. So two brave souls from our group got out and took a look at them. It actually picked up two tea candle lights that were sitting out, but they were so cold and had never been lit that they couldn't use them, so they kicked the candles out into the woods, and we backed the heck up and sped out of the place. And then we decided to stop in the middle of the tunnel and turn the lights out while my son-in-law and another fella got out to check things out. We locked the doors and decided to speed off just to mess with them a bit. But then my son-in-law came hauling butt back to the vehicle and starts begging to be let back in. Once again, these two red lights followed us into the tunnel. Mind you, there were 6 of us, and we all watched these lights blink like they were eyes. And then that's when I decided to step on the gas and book it the heck out of there. The even crazier part was when we got to the bridge to come across back into the little town, we stopped, and suddenly you could hear the loudest scratching sound coming from outside the vehicle. Of course, we all say, "What the heck was that?" And we sit there for a minute. My son-in-law got out and looked. All over the vehicle and underneath, there was not a branch stuck, a twig, or anything in the road. That's when my friend caught it on camera and took this picture I've sent you. And to beat it all, this was only the second most creepiest encounter we had at Silver Run in Cairo. I can definitely say I'm done with that place. In Waterbury, Vermont, there was a large complex of a building that was used to be the Waterbury Asylum for the Insane. It was built in 1891 and is considered a historical landmark, especially since it's a Victorian, especially for its Victorian architecture. It has a dark and morbid past. It was used to house the criminally insane, people with depression, epilepsy, and soul entity, along with the criminally insane. It opened a woman's wing where the women were forced into sterilization. So you get the picture. Eventually, the hospital was closed and it became state offices. I had to bring some paperwork to these offices either 2008 or 2009. The only way to get past the only way to get to the office that I needed to get to was to take the elevator to the basement. I walk the entire length of the building underground and take an elevator up to the offices. As I stepped off the elevator in the basement, I could feel a wall of most frightening feelings, pain, sorrow of the deepest kind, rage, terror, and insanity. I had to walk this gauntlet, and then I saw it was a huge open underground space filled with shadows of human beings screaming, running, curled up in corners, withering on the floor, swaying, moaning. I was terrified. I began to run, and I could feel them behind me. The lighting was dim, and I saw 2 small rooms used to contain uncontrollable people. Recesses filled with blackest black stairways leading nowhere, encased in pages. I made it to the elevator and to the office. I asked for another way out of the building, but was told there was none. I demanded that someone walk back with me, using a lame excuse. The return trip was to the same, but I stayed close to this woman who seemed to be clueless and also irritated with me. When I emerged, I ran to the parking lot and became ill. I was actually quite ill for over a week. Weak, feeling drained and not able to eat, not able to work. I vowed to never go to that place again. A month later, my best friend Arlene told me that she had to go to the state offices with some paperwork. They never let you mail it. I knew that she was sensitive like me, and although I had made a vow that I would not let her go alone, and yes, I went through it again, holding my best friend's hand, as she too also experienced this terror. After we left, we were both ill and felt incredible despair, hopelessness of abandoned people who now lived eternally as the shadows in a giant, dimly lit basement. People who were literally tortured or tortured themselves in a call of insanity. No, I have never gone back, and neither has my friend, and I highly recommend that you don't go either. And so, Jimmy, this is my experience at Waterbury Asylum of the Insane. Thank you for letting me share my story.
Now, I said, this is a story about an encounter with green eyes at the Chickamauga battlefield. This is straight from my uncle and his own words. Well, it was 1973. And I was working 2 jobs to help my mother with some bills, and most of this story was sent to me by one of my dear friends, Cassie Bell. She said, when I was in my early 20s, there was this old lady everybody said was a witch. She lived down the road from us. She was always in the mountains, gathering herbs and such. I used to think she was an herbalist of sorts, until one night, me and 2 cousins were walking home, going to the picture show. We was walking down the road, and all of a sudden, we began to hear something. Almost like somebody talking or mumbling, coming just from the wood line off the side of the road. Us being young and a little nosy, went to investigate. As we got through the wood line off the road, we heard it more clear, so we knew we was close. We come up on a small clearing under some pine trees. And there was this old witch woman. She had a small fire and had something in her hand. Also had a big old pot over the fire. She was waving her hands and rocking back and forth while she was on her knees, while mumbling something that my cousin later said was chanting. What scared us the most is the fact that there was no possible way she could have heard us. Yet she suddenly stopped, turned around, and looked exactly where we were hunkered down. She smiled and waved. We jumped and ran as she began to laugh. I've never been so scared in all my life. We ran all the way home. We agreed not to say anything to our parents. For weeks after, whenever I'd see her passing by, she'd slow down. No matter where I was, inside or what, she'd look directly at me, smile, wave, and cackle out laughing before walking on her way. All right.
This story is about the Black Sisters of Christiansburg, Virginia. I've heard many stories about the Black Sisters. Today I will share with you some of the local legends and stories that I've heard growing up. From what I can find, the three sisters were called the Black Sisters because they wore all black clothing. They wore black shoes, dresses, gloves, hats, and veils, as though they were going to a funeral or mourning. Because they dressed this way, they quickly became the talk of the town, and most folks accused them of being witches. Their names were Mary Sneed, Caroline Martin, and Virginia Warlaud. Mary and Caroline came to Christiansburg around 1902 to help their sister Virginia run the Montgomery County Female Academy. Around this time, a few mysterious events began to happen. First, there was the disappearance of a controversial, illegitimate baby birthed by one of the students at the school. Shortly after, Mary's son John was found burned to death in a bed just a week after his mother and aunts had taken out a very large insurance policy on him. Sometime later, Caroline's daughter Osie came to town and married her first cousin, Mary's son, Fletcher Sneed. Sometime after, Osie became pregnant and Fletcher left town. And so it was up to the Black Sisters to take care of her. It turns out they didn't take very good care of Osie and the baby after all. Shortly after the baby was born, it died to malnutrition. After that, Osie was found drowned in a bathtub just days after a large insurance policy was taken out on her as well. After all of these events, the sisters left town for New Jersey. Soon after their arrival, the authorities caught up with them. Caroline was convicted of murder and sentenced to 7 years in a mental hospital where she later died. Mary pled guilty but got off on a technicality, and after that she fled to Colorado. Finally, Virginia starved herself to death before she ever saw a judge. Now, from what I've heard, there are two locations that the Black Sisters are said to haunt. The first one is the old Christiansburg Middle School building. The former middle school, which is now the Montgomery County Public Schools Technology Center, was built on top of the Montgomery County Female Academy, where it once stood. There have been reports of lights going out randomly, whispers and footsteps in the hallways when no one else is around, and dark shadowy figures in some of the rooms and hallways. The other location I've heard is one of the sisters is said to haunt Sunset Cemetery. This is where Virginia Warlaw is said to be buried. Supposedly, a taxi driver claimed to have taken them to the cemetery on multiple occasions, where they conducted some type of rituals at a grave site. Was this ritual something that would allow them to later return? Rumor is the grave they were performing the rituals on was the one Virginia was buried in. I've heard several people claim to have seen their spirits in the cemetery. For the most part, people report seeing shadow figures darting around the cemetery at night. But I've heard stories growing up that Virginia can be seen dancing around the cemetery at midnight.
Years ago, there was an old farm woman named Minnie Van Sickle that everybody said was a witch in our neighborhood. She lived on a curve in the road in a run-down old farmhouse and had 2 barns and a shed on her property. I remember riding down the road at night with my folks when I was a kid, and as the car would approach the bend in the road where she lived at, the headlights illuminated her front porch, and sometimes she'd be sitting on the porch glaring at us as we went around the bend. I once asked my great Aunt Jane about her, and she bluntly replied, "She's a witch." Another time I asked an old farm widow in her neighborhood about her. Now this woman here was a highly Christian woman, and when I asked her if Minnie was a witch, she kindly hesitated and replied, "Well, she's done some strange things." That's all she said. Her land was once farmed by her husband, but before he died, he sold off all the farm ground to a man named Nicholson. But he kept the house and the barns and about 5-6 acres of his land. Nicholson was one of them fellers who had a lot of money and bought up land to eventually develop into houses. However, he never moved as fast. Sometimes it's years before he does anything with the ground he buys. For instance, I used to squirrel hunt on his land, and today there's a big old fancy home right where I used to sit and hunt gray squirrels. Well, apparently, even though Minnie no longer owned her farm ground, she would still try to run people off of it. I heard men talk of being back there in the woods early of a morning, waiting on the squirrels to start moving around, when it was almost as if she'd come out of nowhere, and Minnie would be standing there, glaring at them, and pointing with a bony finger, saying, "Get off my land." Nicholson tried talking to her, but it done no good. She continued to harass hunters and root diggers right up till she died. She told Nicholson, "You'll never get to use my land for anything, Jim Nicholson. I'll see to it." When Minnie died, somebody burned down her house, and later some came and burned down the barns and sheds. Nothing's left but a crumbling spring house down by the slope of her former home. When she died, having no heirs, her 6 acres come up on tax sale, and a man named Doherty bought it, and to this day has done nothing with the property. So in the years after Minnie's death, her former farm began to spring up pockets of marshy ground. Nobody had an explanation for it. But year after year, the ground became more swampy and worthless for anything but game hunting. Then over the years, it even became too difficult to hunt in. And here and there, growing swamp, you can find a deer stand that now sits out in the water, still attached to a tree. The place is now just a home for muskrats, coons, bobcats, good for trapping. And being a trapper, I asked Nicholson for permission to trap on it, which he granted. He just gave me a warning to watch for sinkholes and quicksand. First year I trapped, I did pretty good, but he was right about them sinkholes. I once found a muskrat lodge built over what looked like a deep sinkhole. So I cut a pole and run it down into the water. The thing went down about 8 foot and still couldn't touch bottom. Twice I broke through the surface and sunk up over my knees. I was lucky both times to have a partner trapping with me. One of the creepiest things was finding fence posts sticking up out of that swamp. Fence wire still stapled to it. The land certainly had a gloomy air to it, and it still does. What made me finally quit trapping the place weren't the lack of critters nor the swampy ground. It was the handprints. One morning I was headed back into the swamp to check my traps, and I noticed a white handprint on a tree right where I went in. More than that, as I followed my line, I began to notice more handprints on more trees. I didn't touch them, but they seemed to be made of some sort of powder. This kept going on, and that spooked me. I figured somebody was watching me, so one morning I entered the swamp at a point where I'd never gone into before. The next morning, there was the white handprints on the trees in the obscure place I had entered. Well, that was enough for me. I quit trapping there and won't enter that place anymore. I took some photos from around the place, but I'll never set foot in that swamp again. Old Nicholson is gone now, and his son owns the ground. He says it's a worthless piece of property to him, and it's been classified as a wetland, so it can never be used for anything except waterfowl and critters that live in it. And maybe, just maybe, the spirit of a witch who to this day won't let anybody use her land. Deep in the woods of Appalachia, past an old war ravaged town, there's a cemetery on top of a hill. There's an old yet abandoned church, lost to time. All that remains is 4 brick windowless walls covered in graffiti and vines and roof barely hanging on. This place is where an old Appalachian witch named Joyce Bishop did these vile things. The place is riddled with horrible history. Slaves being hanged, running away, all kinds of stuff. Joyce Bishop performed rituals inside the shell of the church. She sacrificed innocent animals in a hole concrete floor, paying tribute to evil spirits, or even the old devil himself. When she passed, she was buried in the cemetery. When nighttime rolls around, she roams the cemetery looking for trespassers to run off. Only she can use this place for her own. It is told that she'll appear to you, telling you that you don't belong here and leave this place now. Then she runs to you, disappearing just before she gets to you. As you walk through the cemetery, you can feel somebody following you, touching you, breathing down your neck. So when you're out in Appalachia, you better know where you are.
Hey, Spooky Appalachia. I saw your video and story on this haunted trestle here in Radford, Virginia on YouTube, and I found it very interesting. I had never heard of this and lived in Radford since 2003. I found your videos while looking around on Google after seeing something strange in the same area on Saturday, September 10th, 2022. It was later in the evening and the sun was starting to go down, maybe around 7 p.m. I was on a dog walk on that new trail with a friend of mine. I had just passed the trestle when I saw something move out of the corner of my eye. I turned around and so did my friend. Then we looked at each other. My friend asked how the lady walking in the other direction got behind us. There was a lady walking towards the trestle in a long white dress, but we had no idea how she got behind us. We never saw anyone. The area is completely flat, and you could probably see someone coming from almost a mile away. We both shrugged and kept walking. I turned back around maybe 30 seconds later, and she was gone. We thought it was very strange, and after looking up the area, I saw that there were a few deaths in that location in regards to the bridge, and found your video. I've been enjoying these stories so far and just wanted to say, keep up the good work.
This story is about my third or fourth great-grandfather. His oldest brother, who I will be calling Richard for the rest of the story, and his youngest brother, John. It's not their names, but it's what I'm going to call him for the simplicity and, just to keep their names private. My family has lived in what's now West Virginia since shortly after the American Revolution. Now this story takes place back in the 1820s or 1830s. Richard, his brothers, and his sisters lived in a holler, and over a hill in another holler. All their cousins' families, and everybody lived. At the top on the hill, out on one of the ridges, was a family-owned cabin that during the fall, spring, and mild winter evenings, cousins would go to. There they drank, gambled, played music. Richard's family didn't really partake in these activities, except for John. Well, late one evening, Richard and his family were woken up by something beating on the door. And he got up and answered, and found John very angry, very intoxicated. Old John was demanding his brother let him borrow a gun. Well, he kept going on about how the cousins had cheated and robbed him. And he was going to go back over the hill and do away with them all. Richard told him he weren't giving him a gun or nothing like that, and for him to go on home, sleep it off, and calm down. Well, after a bit, John went stumbling off into the night. The next morning, Richard got up, and before he began his farm work for the day, he saw John walking up the road toward his house. As John got closer, Richard could tell that he had been in a fight. His face and hands all swollen, bruised, and had several cuts on his face. Just like the night before, John demanded his brother let him borrow his gun. But again, Richard said no. He told him he needed to calm down. After several minutes of arguing, John tried barging past Richard, because Richard assaulted his own brother to keep him from entering his house. John cursed at his brother and promised one day he'd get revenge on his cousins. Months went by and eventually John and Richard made up and started talking again. Then one day, in late spring, John and one of the cousins come to Richard's house. Well, they was laughing, carrying on, clearly been drinking, but was in good spirits. Well, John asked his brother if he could borrow some tools. They was heading out to the ridge and started collecting borrowed wood and everything for the long winter. Richard said that he was glad they had made up, and told them that any tools they needed was free to take. Well, later that evening, John returned his brother's tools, and a cart of firewood as payment for letting him borrow the tools. Well, they talked for a bit before John continued down the road on to his house. A few days went by. One afternoon, Richard was visited by one of the cousins from over the hill, which is pretty uncommon. Well, after the exchange of, niceties, he asked Richard to see his brother. Richard told him how him and his brother had come, requesting to borrow tools, but he hadn't seen them since. The cousins explained that they had found in their brother's cart tools and some wood in a ravine, but hadn't been able to find their brother. They had even went down into town and checking in case that he had been, injured down there or something or other, or went in town, for help, the town doctor. Well, Richard promised to keep an eye out with Dad, with the cousins over the hill. Word of the missing cousin spread throughout the town, hollers. There was gossip about what might have happened, how John might have done something. But nobody really knew or had any evidence of any wrongdoing. Well, months had passed. A particularly long, brutal winter set in. It was so harsh. Richard, John, and their brothers, and even their sisters' families moved in with Richard so they could pool their resources to survive that brutal winter. Eventually, a pile of wood started running mighty low. It was then decided the next clear day they'd have to wade out, attach some sleds and carts and stuff, and head up to the ridge to gather more wood. John told him he knew of a good place. Him and his cousin, found that had enough large timbers to get them through the winter. And after a few days, it was a clear and reasonable warm day. Warm enough that the snow had started to melt in some areas. John and Richard and their brothers and sisters and husbands, and even some of the oldest young'uns got together, gathered up some tools, and began to trek up there to the ridge to gather more firewood. Once out on the ridge, got to work sawing, chopping and splitting, filling up their carts and sleds. Suddenly, all work come to a halt when they heard John screaming. They rushed to the noise and saw John sunk up to his chest in mud, screaming, flailing and everything, having an awful fit. Well, they rushed to him, attempting to calm him down and pull him out. But the harder they pulled, the more it seemed that the mud pulled back. Well, finally, with a strong pull, they freed old John, but his legs and stomach had been ripped to shreds. His tore up pants and shirt soaked in blood and mud. Well, they sprung into action. One of the brothers jumped on a horse and took off down to the ridge toward town to grab a doctor. Richard and my great-great-great-grandfather pulled John's sled, tried to get him to the house. get him in dry clothing, and try to deal with his injuries. By the time they got there, John had passed from shock and blood loss. An hour or so later, brother and the doctor arrived. Even though he was dead since, already getting late, the doctor agreed to stay and clean up the body. And in the morning, he'd head back down into town, tell the preacher they'd have a service, try to bury John the next day. They melted some snow in a bucket, brought the doctor some old rags and tub he'd used cleaning John's body. The doctor requested a small bowl filled with water. The doctor started pouring small rocks out of John's leg and dropped them into the bowl. After a bit, the doctor pulled out some rocks, wiped them off, and held them up to the lantern to see them better. With a gasp, the doctor started toward the door, grabbing his coat, telling the family to bury or burn John's body. That he would not do anything else or stay a second longer in that house with him. Confused, the family started begging him to explain, what in the world was going on, why he was acting that way. The doctor pulled Richard to the body, grabbed a handful of the rocks from the bowl, and dropped them into Richard's hand. After getting close to the light, getting a better look at the objects, Richard turned white and nearly collapsed. The doctor hadn't pulled rocks out of John's legs, but nearly a dozen teeth and finger bones. To this day, the family's convinced John killed their cousin. Their cousin got his revenge. This happened around the time I first started volunteering at St. Albert. It was Halloween night, and I was working at the haunted house attraction. I was stationed in the second floor hallway in a ghost costume, and when people would come, I would jump out and scream at them and try and scare them. That night, one of my daughters told me, one of my daughters told me she was going to be coming with her new boyfriend, who I'd never met. She said he had been talking a lot of smack, and he's one of those people that stuff doesn't scare him. And she called and asked if I could get him good. They made it to me about 30 minutes till close. I know it's them because I hear my daughter giggling, so I get myself ready. I'm hiding in the room. Look out through a hole waiting. I see two young men, my daughter and another girl, start to go by. I stuck my head out of the hole in the wall. That was perfect timing.
Yep.
Girl. Then chased them down the hall. I decided to focus on going after the two young men, knowing one of them was my daughter's boyfriend. So I didn't pay much attention to the two girls. I must have done a good job, because they both screeched like little girls. They ran down the hall to where my partner directed them down the stairwell. They were going down the stairwell, and I walked down to my partner, pointed out who my daughter was. I said that it's her, not the quiet one, the one that's, laughing like a fool. I turned around to go back down the hall. My daughter then came up and hugged me. She said, "You got him good, Mama." The girl was still behind her, so I waved at her and introduced myself. The girl, for some reason, looked like she was just bored to death. She looked like the average middle school girl, wearing jeans, a hoodie, almost, kind of pouty looking. A few days later, I talked to my daughter and asked if they really liked the event and if they had a good time. She explained that they definitely did. So when I asked about the girl she had with her, I asked if she had any fun at all, since she looked so bored. My daughter then said, "What girl?" I said, "I guess it was the other guy's girlfriend." My daughter said, "Mom, there weren't nobody with us." It was just 3 of them, my daughter and 2 boys. I know I saw this girl, and I know she was there. To this day, I still double check when I look at the groups, and I wonder. Several nights ago, I got up like I often do at 3 a.m. But this time, wasn't because I couldn't sleep. I think I actually could have slept until a bit later that morning. I woke up because I heard whistling. Now, whistling don't creep me out, but whistling at 3 a.m. does. And it wasn't birds or anything like that. This was a melodious whistle. And though somebody, simply whistling a tune. I went ahead and made my coffee and decided to stay up, thinking it was likely a neighbor doing their laundry or whatever. But what freaked me out is when I got into the studio, the whistling began again, and it sounded like it was in the basement just below us. Very quiet here in the middle of the night, so I was sure somebody in the basement was whistling. I shrugged it off and went on about my day, mentioning it to James, my daughter, my son, and even my mom. We joked around about it being ghostly activity, or me finally losing my mind. The next morning I wake up, come to the studio, I made my coffee, and I hear the whistling again. Now this is odd. So I said a little prayer, and just kind of sat there trying to ignore what I was hearing. Talked to my daughter about it again. She said it was likely somebody's video game, or perhaps somebody just walking around outside doing whatever they're doing at 3 a.m. Well, I have to admit I was a bit freaked out. A friend had commented that they too had heard whistling through the night, but they live in a different part of Roanoke. But it got me kind of curious. Is other people hearing this? So I asked a few neighbors, and James mentioned it. Nobody else had shared my experience. So I did as anybody would in 2022. I went to Google. Well, first I Googled whistling in Roanoke, which I only found a few reports from a couple of weeks ago. People recording hearing strange whistling around the railroad tracks. And we don't live that close to the railroad, so I dismissed that. I kept searching. Decided to get very specific, and I entered whistling, Grandin Road, Roanoke, Virginia. Jackpot. Chills went up my spine when I opened the article about John Nash, who lived at my address in the 60s. If the name John Nash is familiar, it's because he is a Nobel Prize winner for the game theory and mathematics. He was the subject of the movie starring Russell Crowe, A Beautiful Mind. Apparently, while he lived here at my address, he took to whistling while he walked back and forth to the library around Grandin and Raleigh and Raleigh Court. Mothers feared for their children and protected them from him, as he looked disheveled and scary. Well, during this time, he was suffering with audio hallucinations due to schizophrenia, and had been in and out of mental institutions. The article stated that he was dubbed the Whistler of Grandin Road. You gotta be kidding me. Granted, I doubt this was connected to my mind morning whistler, however. I hardly believe in coincidences, and I think it's pretty incredible. Additionally, while he lived here, he set a fire that some claim was intentional. James and I were downstairs in the basement a few months ago. We noticed the flames against the beams just under the apartment. Apparently his mother had lived in our apartment in the mid to late 60s. If they were numbered the same as they were then. And he resided with her there for her death in 69. Ultimately, he would leave Roanoke. He also overcame his schizophrenia, which is almost unheard of by the power of the mind. It's one of the most bizarre things that's ever happened to me, and it left me quite speechless and being freaked out at first. He would ultimately die in a car accident in New Jersey around 2014 or 2015. We'll link an article into the comments below. I just thought it was something really cool that happened and wanted to share with you guys. Odd things happen to me, but this might be the oddest. Typically it's cool coincidences and connections I make with you guys. Things that we have in common that connect us. But never did I expect the Nobel Prize winner John Nash lived in our apartment. It was called the Whistler on Brandon Road. It was late summer night, about 11:30 p.m., August 1974. I was about 17 years old at the time. I was driving to my home in Nace, Virginia, which is located between Troutville and Buchanan. I was coming home from my girlfriend's house in Salem on Route 11, passing through Troutville. Coming into Troutville, I had noticed some relatively low lights. Thought it might be a plane making an approach to the Woodrum Field in Roanoke. All of a sudden, I realized that the lights didn't seem to be moving, and I began to slow down until I came to a dead stop right in the middle of town, in front of the old Troutville Elementary School. That's when I noticed a dark triangular craft about 150 feet right above me with a bright light on each corner. My anxiety was rising fast, and I felt the hair on my arms and neck standing up. I rolled down my window on my '63 Oldsmobile and leaned very far out and looked straight up. I was immediately impressed at the size of this craft, and it was at least as long and wide as a football field. I also noticed there was no engine, no motor sounds, but only a deep humming of the craft. It was so intense that I could actually feel the humming in my body. Now, I was completely at a loss as to what I was seeing or what I should do. I had a weapon in the car, and a quick thought passed through my mind that I should get it. Thankfully, that went away quick as it come. This was when the fear crept in, and I realized how actually close to this craft I was, and there had been no cars coming from either direction in the short time that all of this had transpired. Erratic thoughts started racing through my mind. Would he try to hurt me? Or even worse, try to take me? I quickly ducked back into my car, rolled the window up, stepped on the gas. Actually, I floored it and exited Troutville heading north on Route 11 towards my home in Nace. And my '63 Oldsmobile was what I called a tank due to its size and being made up almost completely of steel. Route 11 is a 4-lane highway there, 2 lanes in each direction, and I had pegged the speedometer at 120 miles an hour, and I was cutting corners. I could see that the craft was still very low and right behind me following as I sped along. I was very frightened. When I came to the turnoff on my right to go to Nace on the back road, I noticed another car coming from the opposite direction. We passed one another as I slowed down to turn off Route 11, and the other car was proceeding toward Troutville. It was now that I noticed the craft had stopped following me. I was following the other car back toward Troutville. While I was glad it was no longer following me, my fear had yet subsided. I continued to speed the rest of the way home. Upon entering the front door of my house, I saw that my mom and dad were still up and immediately noticed the state I was in. I told them what had happened, and I was sure they was going to think I was nuts. But Dad said he had seen several things in the sky out where we live. He was really not surprised at my story. 48 years have passed since that night, and I still remember it like it happened last night. I went on to spend 20 years in the Army and only shared this story with about 10 people in that amount of time. I never talked about it a lot because I didn't want to get the looks and hear the comments that I figured would come my way. I have made the judgment as to whether or not this crap was alien or something from another world or something from this world. I personally believe it was something from another world. The government of our country has finally admitted there are UFOs, but they really have not commented any further. I believe they know very much more about these things, but for some reason, they don't want to share them with the American people. Before this, I was not a believer. But now that they are out there, I wish they were informed of everything ours. Other governments know that may not happen in my lifetime, but I still watch the sky, and always will.
Me and my mama was in New Orleans on July 5th, 2013. We got on a trolley, sightsee, grabbed some lunch. We got off the trolley, walking along the sidewalk, and there was a men's clothing store, a restaurant, and a souvenir store. The restaurant lunch special was shrimp and grits. It was about 2:00 p.m. when we entered, and a lady yelled at us that they were closed. A man told us as he walked out of the restaurant that the food was really good and to try and come back later. He was very, very friendly, it seemed. So we said we'd come back tomorrow before 2 p.m. and turned around and left. We thought it was strange that a restaurant would close so early, with it being a tourist city. So the next day, we went back, and the restaurant wasn't there. It was just the men's clothing store and souvenir shop. No restaurant at all. Stood there with our mouths open. We couldn't speak even. I, to this day, get the chills just talking about it. So I guess they were ghosts, and we never saw the lady that yelled at us, or the guy that said that the food was good. It's just strange though, because we didn't know ghosts ate food, haha. The next week, I was looking at a show on haunted places in New Orleans, and it said the dead walks among the living. They had to be dead people. It was just before 5 p.m. and it was starting to become dusk. On my side of the road, I saw an extremely tall, human-like figure literally just jump and then float straight up from the ground and into the tops of the trees. There are no houses nearby, just trees and some empty land. I felt no fear at this time, just a feeling of, wow, what the heck was that thing? After a couple minutes, I mentioned it to my son as we neared town, but did not tell him exactly where I had seen it. He told me that he had seen it as well, but we both kind of stayed silent about it due to some other weird things that have been happening in our home lately. We were spooked enough as it is. I had to stop. I had not stopped to turn around because I was in a hurry to get somewhere before a certain time. On our way home, a little bit later, maybe 75 to 100 foot further down the road from the original site, both my son and I saw the figure again. He was moving upward in the tree branches of the trees. And then, the next day, November the 3rd, 2006, right before dark, my son saw it again, outside near a small patch of woods. My son noted red eyes during this second sighting. After some research, I knew what we had seen had to be the Mothman.
Hello, Spooky Appalachia. I watched your show about the North Carolina Mothman sighting earlier today and wanted to share my own. My story was about 2 years ago, back in 2021, in South Carolina, near Savannah River in Georgia. My daughter and I were sitting in our living room when we heard something big land on our metal roof. Not long after, I started to hear what sounded like biting sounds at our front door, and we could hear heavy breathing sounds. My daughter and I were pretty frightened, but we managed to gather the courage to go outside and look and see what it was. We couldn't see a thing with it being 12 o'clock at night, not even with a flashlight shined up there. We could hear what sounded like this huge screaming bird was on our roof. It was also breathing very loudly, and you could hear its wings and what sounded like a horrible screaming sound in between the breathing. Eventually, we heard it hop over to the old oak tree next to the house, and then after that, it sounded like it took off somewhere. We had no idea what was going on. About the same week, I had a vision like a projector screen, cars piling up on the bridge that we were going to drive over that day. I changed my mind, and it was on the news next week that there was an accident on the bridge. So I'm guessing maybe it was warning me about the bridge. Let me know what you think. I wanted to share an encounter my friend and his brother had while hunting back in 1989 in North Carolina. Due to the fact this is not my personal or family story, I have changed the names. One day in 1989, my friend Bob and his brother Ed, who were avid hunters, went hunting and were deep in the woods a little bit before daybreak. Bob's hunting spot was on the North Ridge, and Ed's was down in the valley below. They walked along until they both stopped suddenly. The air around them became almost static. They both felt as if they were so light they could float. Bright colored lights lit up the forest around them when all of a sudden a strange being appeared before them. It looked as if it were standing but was seemingly floating just inches above the ground. They described it as being about 4 feet tall and very bright, almost literally like they had never seen before. Their hunting rifles became what they described as limber. It communicated to them telepathically and said, "Do not fear us, we will return." And then in a blink of an eye, they were standing in the bright sunlight and 6 hours had passed. Both rifles laid at their feet, wrapped in a perfectly 30-degree bend. They agreed to never speak of it to anyone outside of the people they were close to. They both became different after that, secluded to themselves and rarely spoke. Highly out of character for both of them, as they were always good-humored and outgoing, outspoken guys. Their family said they both also suffered from night terrors and nightmares after this.
I've seen a few people make posts looking for something fun and scary to do, so what better time to tell you about our trip to Cairo, West Virginia the other night. First, we stopped off at the old school to take a quick tour inside, but we were chased off by bats. So we went down another road, which ultimately got us lost and scared that our vehicle would roll off the hill. Well, that didn't stop us. We continued out to Silver Run Tunnel 19, but instead of walking, we decided to drive through. Upon coming to the opposite end, we looked over at a picnic table and saw what looked like two bright red lights on top of the table. The odd part was the lights would appear and disappear. So two brave souls from our group got out and took a look at them. It actually picked up two tea candle lights that were sitting out, but they were so cold and had never been lit that they couldn't use them, so they kicked the candles out into the woods, and we backed the heck up and sped out of the place. And then we decided to stop in the middle of the tunnel and turned the lights out while my son-in-law and another fella got out to check things out. We locked the doors and decided to speed off just to mess with them a bit. But then my son-in-law came hauling butt back to the vehicle and starts begging to be let back in. Once again, these two red lights followed us into the tunnel. Mind you, there were 6 of us, and we all watched these lights blink like they were eyes. And then that's when I decided to step on the gas and book it the heck out of there. The even crazier part was when we got to the bridge to come across back into the little town, we stopped, and suddenly you could hear the loudest scratching sound coming from outside the vehicle. Of course, we all say, "What the heck was that?" And we sit there for a minute. My son-in-law got out and looked. All over the vehicle and underneath, there was not a branch stuck, twig, or anything in the road. That's when my friend caught it on camera and took this picture I've sent you. And to beat it all, this was only the second most creepiest encounter we had at Silver Run in Cairo. I can definitely say I'm done with that place.
All right, now, it's the Chesapeake Bay Serpent, Chessie. And this serpent, it's also known as, Chessie, and said to be about 30 to 35 feet long. And it's been sighted many times over the years by fishermen, naval officers, and even FBI agents. One of the possible first sightings, we could find took place in 1846 when a ship captain who was sailing between Cape Henry and Cape Charles over the eastern shoreline. Suddenly, he saw what he described as a small-headed, serpent-like creature. Much later in the 1980s, there was a ton of sightings. One in particular on a clear night back in May of 1982. A man named Robert Few and his wife had some friends over for a get-together. Robert looked out at the bay to admire the view when he noticed something strange. He saw a large object about 30 feet long floating against the tide. It had a long, slender body, humps along its back, and a head resembling a horse, like a snake or something. Robert and his friends watched the creature in awe, and even managed to video record it. The story and video blew up all over news and media. There'd been many sightings of the feet of the creature before and after this as well. But lately, more recent sightings. This one found in 2014. 2 friends were driving along the Magothy River. Suddenly, they noticed a 35-foot or so snake-like creature in the river. They said that it had a football-shaped head.
I first heard of the Virginia devil monkey while I was reading a book called Monsters of Virginia, Mysterious Creatures of the Old Dominion by L.B. Taylor Jr. It caught my attention because a lot of the sightings were very close to where I spent the first few years of my life growing up. There were several sightings of these creatures in southwest Virginia, but one of the more famous ones took place in 1994. A woman from Ohio was driving southwest through Virginia, and in the Roanoke area one stormy night on her way to the Outer Banks in North Carolina. She was delayed a bit by having to take a detour through a 2-lane road south of Roanoke, Virginia. She described the area as being very dark and remote. The time was about 2:30 in the morning when suddenly a creature leapt across the road in front of her car, and then the creature calmly walked off like nothing was going on at all, off out into the woods. She described the creature as being like a wolf-like hybrid. It was covered with short, sleek black fur. It stood on 2 hind legs. It was 6 feet tall and had pointy ears, a flat snout, and a long tail. He also noted that it was very muscular and thin. And then shortly after this sighting, there were stories of missing pets in the area and sightings of a creature matching this creature's description. A few weeks after this incident, a couple in nearby Shawsville, Virginia, reported seeing a creature on their property one night and noted that their German Shepherd had gone missing. This cryptid is called the Wampus Cat, and it's said to walk upright like a human, but has the body of a large cat, dark-skinned, and some features of a woman, along with large, glowing, hypnotic eyes. And it's said to have or give off a terrible, foul odor, and has a terrifying howl. Reports of this creature are said to go all the way back when Appalachia was first being settled, and even further back if you ask the natives in the area. Most folks say that the origin of the creature was from 1 or 2 different stories. The first one being that it was believed to be a native woman who thought that her husband was being unfaithful. He would go out on very long hunting trips with other members of the tribe, and he would always stay gone a little bit longer than expected. So one day, she decided she was going to see what was going on for herself. The problem was that women weren't allowed to go on these hunting trips. So she put on a mountain lion hide and followed the group. Well, unfortunately, she was caught. And as punishment, the tribe's medicine man bound the hide to her for life, thus creating the Wampus Cat. The other main story is that the creature was a witch who would transform into this cat-like creature and hypnotize farmers and steal their farm animals. And this was going pretty good for her for several years until one night she was caught. And she got stuck in the form. And after that, she was unable to turn back. So she was doomed to roam the earth in this form. So the creature, like we mentioned, has been spotted several times. A lot of these times, she's said to be trying to steal farm animals and has often been blamed for cattle mutilations. Did you know that the creature is still being reported in modern times as well? Well, yeah. A few years ago in Abington, Virginia, the man claimed to have seen what he thought was the Wampus Cat. He and his wife said that they saw a large pair of glowing hypnotic eyes one night behind some stairs, looking, between the stairs. And when they called out to whatever it was, it hissed at them like a cat and ran off. And then they noticed a huge cat-like creature running away on its hind legs.
The Little Red Devil. Now, the Little Red Devil, creature known as, that is a really interesting one. Seen in central and eastern Virginia. Said to be 2 to 3 feet tall, covered in red or pink fur. Appeared to be a child-like in appearance, with hooves as feet. This is why it was given the name Little Red Devil. The first sighting we were able to find was in 1968. It happened in Crewe, Virginia. 2 brothers were out in the front porch of their farm one evening. One, the oldest, looked up and saw what he described as a childlike creature wandering around. About 3 feet tall, red, had hooves for feet. The young man was frozen in fear after seeing it, and after a bit, he was able to shake off the fear, grab his brother, and run to the house. In 1992, 2 young men were walking the trail around 4 in the afternoon, one day in May. They suddenly come upon a small creature they described as being 2 to 3 feet tall, covered in red fur. Frightened, they turned and ran back to the trail entrance, while the creature chased them. It eventually let out a high-pitched laugh and disappeared into the woods. In July 1997, a group of friends were hanging out when a man sitting in the back of the truck noticed a figure about 3 feet tall, red-colored, and had claws for hands. It noticed him and galloped away.
How's it going, everybody? It's Donald this time. I came across 2 short but very interesting stories that fit the theme for what we do, and I wanted to share them with you. I hope you enjoy listening. Let's get to it. My fiance and I were hiking near Winding Stair Gap, North Carolina. If you've never been, it's lots and lots of trees, mountains, and places to camp. It was late in the afternoon. We decided to stop and take a short break just to rest our legs and enjoy nature. The forest was thick, but beautiful. However, it was oddly silent. No birds, no bugs, no small critters around us. Just a little spooky. We sat there for several minutes in silence, still looking around when all of a sudden, maybe 30 yards off the trail and down slope, several small trees started violently shaking. First one, then 2, and then nothing. A few moments go by, and again, some more tree shaking in roughly the same area. We both stood up, took a few steps in the direction of the commotion, and the shaking stopped. A minute or 2 go by, with nothing happening, and then BAM! There was a loud thumping sound, like a bat was swung against a tree. Bang! It happened again. 2 of us nearly jumped out of our shoes. I'd like to say we backed away slowly, but I can't. We quickly retreated, at least 10 or 15 yards, and everything stopped. There was silence. No more tree shaking. No loud bangs. Just silence. I thought maybe a bear had decided to climb a tree, or maybe even a tree fell, but I'm positive it was neither. The hair on my body stood on end, and I felt an overwhelmingly urge to leave immediately. We looked at each other with the same thought mind. It was time to go, so we turned back and headed out. So another one from the same poster. This one's a little shorter. On another section hike, this time I was camping on Tray Mountain, Georgia, another area with mountains and thick forest. While hiking, I met up with 2 individuals. Late one evening, we were relaxing after dinner on a rock outcrop, just talking about our trip so far and the plans for the next day. As we continued talking, we were discussing the stars and satellites as we watched them up moving across the sky. I was watching what I thought was a satellite until suddenly the object stopped. It shot across the sky, opposite direction, zoomed back across, bolted downward towards the skyline, then once more back up, and then vanished. I took a minute to digest what I just saw. I looked over at the others. Before I even said a word, they both just nodded their heads and had the same look of disbelief on their faces. We never saw anything else like that during our trip.
Hi, Spooky Appalachia. Love the channel and ask Jared to send this to you. Okay, so back when I was about 25 years old, I worked for a landscaping company in Ringgold, Georgia. There was one very old house that we were always getting called to from the owner. He didn't live there, but wanted the yard kept up extremely nice because he was the landlord. Trees, flowers, hedges, the whole 9 yards. Every time we went there, it gave us the creeps. Not to mention, there was this extremely hateful old lady there. She never talked to any of us and would stare at us through the windows with a mean look on her face. We asked the owner about her and he said to leave her alone. It's just Mother. There's no harm to her, she's just picky, he would explain. We would often make jokes about how she was probably so cranky from living in an old creepy house like that. Sometimes we would even wave at her and she would just stare with this blank, crabby look on her face. One day I was off work because I was sick, and when I returned to work, the new fella on the team was in the office talking to the boss and was almost in tears. The boss sent him home for the day, and after he left, I asked Tony, the boss, what's the new guy's deal? He answers, he went out to the Holcomb place to hedge trim. The old lady watched him and he went up to talk to her, and once he got into the room with her, she disappeared in front of his very eyes. They called the owner and explained what happened. He replied, yes, that's Mother. I said to stay away from her because she's dead. She died 10 years prior out in the yard planting flowers. None of us ever went back. I hope you enjoyed that story. It's the only one I have. Keep up the amazing work, my friend.
Back in the late 1800s in northeastern West Virginia, way back in the sticks, there's an old woman named Jenny. Everybody feared her. They say old Jenny was a short lady, or as a whooping with, barely spoke. But when she did, everybody listened. She lived by herself, except for a ton of old crows that followed her everywhere she went. No matter where she was, see them old crows would litter the ground, tops of buildings and everything. Old Jenny would rarely come into town. She knew how to work the land she had in the mountains that surrounded her old cabin. When she did, folks kept the distance. Wouldn't dare look in her eye. What got that started? Just one day, 80 years before that, she had come into town to do a little trading on spices, herbs, and things like that, with a little flyer and lamp oil. Said she rarely spoke, just pointed with her left finger. I always kept her right hand covered up like cloth for a length of sleep. When she left the general store, said a boy was running down the side of the road there, born to a wealthy family, run right into her, knocking everything out of her arm and spilling the flour. Said she just stared at the boy. Said his daddy seen him. Come over there and got up in Jenny's face. Said, "You need to watch where you're going, old woman. You better be glad you didn't hurt my son." But he said old Jenny just snapped. Said she just dropped the rest of what she had in her arms right there on the ground. Said them old crows started just crowing like crazy. Said she eased up to that boy's daddy, lifted her right hand, revealing a real long, twisted, bony, gnarled up finger. It was much longer than any of her other fingers. Said she said in a raspy yet unsettling, calm voice, "You ever so much as even speak to me again, Dead Bar, your words brought out of your mouth." Said he stood there for a second, started to say something else, and began to cough. Said he grabbed at his mouth, throat. Said his tongue swelling out of his mouth. Startled, the boy picked up her stuff for her. People run over to him as she's walking away. Said the further she got, the more the swelling went down. Hence the name, Jenny Badfinger. Said one day, said a man showed up at her cabin, trying to steal one of her chickens. Said he run around there and caught her, and just about to run away with it. Said when the back door snapped open as he was running by, said he stopped dead in his tracks. Said she asked him, "What do you think you're doing?" "So sorry, ma'am. I don't mean no harm to nobody or nothing. Said I'm just starving." She said, "It again your belief to ask a body for a bite to eat?" "No, ma'am." Dropped his head. She said, "Yeah, just easier to steal it, ain't it?" Said she invited the man in, set him down at the table. She just rummaged around there, maybe a little bit of cornbread, stuff, maybe a little bite to eat and fed him. Said he later told everybody, said, as he was leaving, she stopped him. Said, "You don't steal from me." Said she pointed her bad finger at him, said, her eyes turned gray, gloss like, almost looking like corpse eyes. Said, "If you ever steal from another, them hands will never grab nary another thing." Said she lowered her hands, her eyes went back to normal color and left. Said later on he must have stole again. True to her words, that man's hands dropped up and curled up where he could barely dress himself. Said a local man and woman visited one day. Said she's out there tending for the chicken, things like that. Said they asked her if she had bewitched the cattle and stock, stuff like that. Cows wouldn't give milk or nothing. Said she looked at them, slowly turned her head and looked at them over her shoulders. "Weren't my doings." They said, "Somebody did." She said, "There's more than one of my kind in these parts. I just don't hide like the rest of them." So they started to ask her a couple more questions. Said they could tell she's getting highly agitated. She told us, "Where I told you now, were none of my doing. Best mosey on." Said the man tipped his hat. Bid her good day. Said him and his wife was walking away. The lady spotted a hole dug over there in the corner, almost looked like a grave. Said his hat, "Who's gonna be buried there?" old Jenny looked at her and said, nobody. Yes. Said the man and woman left. Never returned. They said old Jenny lived to be a ripe old age of 102. Said one day, one of the neighbors woke up, went out to tend her cattle, horses, things like that in the field. And off in the distance, heard crow calling like just weren't no tomorrow or anything, like nothing they'd ever heard before. Well, said when it didn't stop for hours and hours and hours, they decided to go see what it was. Said the old farmer went and got his oldest boy. They went up there to see what it was. Said they followed the sound up there and they know it was a Jenny. Said she was laying there in that hole. Said a simple note was in her hand. Said, cover me, feed my babies. Said the entire property, house, ground, tree, everything was littered with collard greens. Said so they started to cover her up. The calling ceased a little bit, started to calm down some. Said after that, a lot of the locals, I think, heard about what her last wishes was. Said they come up there and leave breadcrumbs, seed, all kind of things. Old crows. They said them old crows stayed there, fed, quite a few days. Slowly, they just stopped coming around. But after that, there was a whole lot of old crows. Said they see old Jenny walking through in the woods. Said oftentimes you'd hear a whole mess of them old crows calling and things like that. I see a whole bunch of them just littered in a tree or something. Said it wouldn't be just a few seconds. Sometimes it was just a glimpse. They'd see old Jenny.
You know, back in the 1930s, I think it was, they said there was a lady, they called her Augie, which was short for Augustine. And Miss Augie, they said that she lived back in, they said she lived way back in the sticks, like most folks did back in the Appalachian back then. But I reckon she lived extra deep back in the woods. But a lot of folks went to her. Said a lot of folks went to her for a lot of different reasons. Some folks went to her to cure warts, or other folks would go to her to help try to get their true love, to fall in love with them. Yeah, I reckon old Aggie could do just a little bit of everything. And most folks adored her. Well, one day, said old Aggie got out her old walking stick. And this old dog, Ben, said she loved that old dog. Said that old dog was so old, said it was old as time, didn't have a tooth in his head. And wouldn't bite a biscuit. Said that old friendliest dog you'd ever see. Well, they both took off, walking into town, a store down there. Get her some cornmeal and some flour and stuff like that. Well, while she was in there was some teenagers outside. You know how teenagers can be sometimes. Well, said them kids out there was teasing old Ben. They're stomping their feet at him, throwing rocks at him, scaring him half to death. Well, she heard the commotion going on, looked out the window there, saw what was happening. Said she never said a word. Said she grabbed her stick, walked off and left everything on the counter. Said she walked outside, said they all stopped and just looked at her. Said she told him, said now you youngins get on out of here. You leave my dog be. He ain't done nary a thing to you. Said they started laughing at her, poking fun at her, making fun of her clothes, her hair, things like that. Said she told him, said, I will not tell you again. Go on. Well, one of them, trying to be brave in front of the rest of them, walked over to her. Walked over close to where she was standing and asked her just what she was going to do if they didn't. And then he kicked old Ben right in the side. Well, they said she got so mad. Said she gripped her stick so hard you could hear the wood a-popping. Said they made big eyes and started stepping back. Said she got so angry, said that she was mumbling. She weren't even talking. She weren't even saying words or nothing. Said she was just mumbling. Well, said about that time, they all got the scare of their life. Because her face started changing, shifting from one face to another. Said one face would be real young, the next one would be real old, one face would even turn to a man, and then shift right back into a woman. I said them youngins took off running hard as they could. One lady that had seen what was going on walked over to her and said, "What do you think you're doing to them kids?" Said she jerked her head to the side and stared her right dead in the eye. Said when she did, her pupils dilated. Said a clap of thunder rolled across the sky and shook the ground. Said the general store owner come back out there with her stuff. Told everybody to go on, there weren't nothing to see there. He saw what happened and apologized to her. Told her that never happened at his store again. Closed up the shop and escorted her home. Made sure nobody messed with her and old Ben along the way. Now they said from there on, anytime that she went into town, said folks would come from all around town to pet old Ben, give him treats, scratch his belly, and tell him he's a good boy. Now this story here, this comes from deep in the heart of Alabama. Late 1800s. Said there was a lady practiced witchcraft, her and her two sisters. But now she was the only one that practiced witchcraft. Now the other ones, they said that they didn't fool with it. But said that she was also shunned from her family, society, things like that. Because back then, times was different. You know, anybody that was different, Well, they was shunned from the community. Folks just stayed away from them, wouldn't have nothing to do with them. And I reckon this lady was one of the lady witches that practiced the dark arts. Well, I guess she got used to being by herself and things like that. I reckon she lived to be an old woman. But nobody dared crossed her or made her mad. Well, they said during her funeral, so there was only 4 people that showed up. Her 2 sisters and a husband and wife that the 2 sisters knew, but the whole community reported seeing black cats everywhere throughout the community, through the woods. Said them old cats come together at night, right as the moon come up. So they all gathered around her headstone and sat there and squalled at the moon. Now they said this lady didn't mess with nobody, but she didn't like to be messed with neither. And you know, kids being kids. Back in, they said that she had a little grave that was up on a little hill. Said that teenagers used to gather up and dare one another to go up there and knock on her tombstone. Because it was said that if you go up there and you knock on her tombstone and tell her you was there to take her cat, she'd make sure that didn't happen. Well, one night, there's a few boys and a few gals out walking around, a sparking. That's what they called dating back in. And they was out walking around, walking through the woods, when they happened to come around the corner up on the area where she was buried at, and it was getting kind of late. Well, one of them wanted to show out in front of the gals. Got talking about her being just right at the hill, and said he was so brave he didn't care a bit to go up there and knock. Said he got a big old grin, and here he went. Said by that time it was just about dusky dark. You could barely see from the moonlight. Said the closer they got, the more they noticed. There were no critters around, no insects, no crickets, nothing. Anybody who lives in the woods can tell you, anytime you're in the woods, you're going to hear critters, crickets, insects. But when it's dead silent, there's something badly wrong. Well, they said that nothing could be heard, but didn't faze him a bit. So they tried to talk him out of it, but that made it even worse. He just kept it going, hollering the whole time. Well, said he went up there. Said that more closer they got, the more scared they got. So the other 3 said they turned around and went back toward the main trail. They said it weren't just a couple of minutes. They said, here he come. Said he come a-running out of them woods just as fast as his feet could fly. Said he run past them. They was hollering at him, figuring he was just trying to scare them. So they didn't put much into it. Said he run past them. kept on going. Well, said they took off after him and finally caught up to him and got him stopped. Said he was so scared he couldn't say a word. Said that there was a big old white streak through the right side of his hair. Well, I reckon after they got him calmed down a little bit, enough to where he could kind of tell him what happened. Said he went up there and he knocked like he said he was going to. Said he heard something. And he thought it was them. He started laughing. Said he turned around. Said as soon as he turned around, said there she was, right behind him. Said she let out a shriek. Said her eyes was glazed over. Said her mouth opened and wider and wider and wider till it was almost down to her chest. Said then she reached out and grabbed him. Said when they all got to looking, said he got to showing them. Said pull up his shot, top of his shirt down there where they could see it. He said sure enough, said there was a scratch right on his chest, just below his neck. And said in that scratch was in the perfect shape of a cat. Now they said that wound healed, but they said for till he got, when he was an old man, said that scar could still be seen. And this next story here takes us way back into the hills of Kentucky. Back years ago, I was a fairly young fella. I remember hearing my great uncle. He was an old fella back then. I remember hearing him tell a tale. Said when he was a young man, said him and his brothers used to love just walking through the woods. You know, back then most folks had to walk pretty much everywhere they went or rode a horse. Well, said they was out walking one evening. So they was going to cut across this field to get home. A little shortcut. So there's a little field, you know, a little patch of woods, and then the road that went home. Well, so they cut through there. So as they was going through the field, getting near to the wood line, so they were just getting some eerie feelings, like they just shouldn't be there. Said that he looked at his brother Eli and said, you know, maybe we ought to turn around and go back the other way. He said, I just ain't feeling right about this. There's something ain't right. Said Eli told him, said, oh, ain't nothing to that. Come on now. I said, just get through these little patch of woods here and get to the house. Well, so they cut through them woods. So they had never been through the woods before. Well, said when they cut through there, they come up on like a little clearing, which was the edge of a pond. Well, so they was walking through there. Said as they got closer, they could see there was people out there. They was wondering what they was doing. Said so they hunkered down, kind of snuck up there. Being young fellas, they just being nosy. Well, said they got down on their bellies and elbows, crawled up where they could just, you know, get a pretty good view. And there was about 6 or 7 women. They thought, oh, some pretty gals. Said about that time, so they started taking their clothes off. Well, he said, the decent thing to do would be to turn your head. He said, but we couldn't. He said, not because of the fact that they'd taken their clothes off. He said, because of the fact that one of them had a book. He said, big old book. He said, would reach from your fingertips probably to your elbows. He said, an old book. He said, looked almost ancient. Well, said that two of them got in the water. Well, said one of them sitting there holding that book, started reciting from it. Said they couldn't hear what she was saying, but she was reciting something from it. Said said them two got in the water and turned away from the sun. And said she read that book. Said she read about 2 sentences and stopped. She closed the book. Said something, so they all hurried out and put their clothes back on. So next one of them walked, scaring them off. There weren't nothing in the water that scared them off. He said as soon as they got their clothes on, said every one of them turned and faced them. And he said there was no way they could know they was there. Said they never made a noise. Said one of them brought out a big old knife and pointed it at them and called out their names. He said he'd never been so scared in his life. He said they jumped up, screaming top of their lungs, hollering, run fast as they could all the way home. He said as far as he knew, they didn't even stop to take a breath. So they got home, run in the house, shut the door. Scared them half to death, but they felt better being home. Well, after a little while, so they talked about it a little bit, but after a while they started calming down. The day kind of went back to normal. Well, said that night they started hearing a hoot owl just right outside the window. I said, Lord, I can't get no sleep because of that hoot owl. So he got up and went over to the window, gonna shoot off. Raised his window, leaned out of it. Said they weren't an owl inside. But said when he looked down, said as he was leaning back in, pulling the window back down. Said there was that dagger sticking in his windowsill. He said from then on out, no matter if it was pouring rain, storming, it didn't matter. He said they'd never walk back through them woods ever again. Listen here is nothing that comes from here in Tennessee. And I remember hearing one of my friends' granny talk about this, and said that she remembered hearing it from her great granny. I said way back in the old days, said that there was this man and woman, old couple. His name was Selby, her name was Martha. So they all called her Marthy. And I reckon both of them practiced witchcraft. Well, said everybody loved them though, because they said that they was, so they'd help people all they could. So they did a lot of herbal stuff. So they'd help just anybody they could, Just a standard ma and pa couple, Well, said that as time went by, they got even older down in health. Well, said that he went downhill a little quicker than she did. Said all the community had got together and had a little shindig. Well, I reckon old Selby said that he just collapsed of a heart attack. Said they got the doctor in there and said they pronounced him dead. Well, said the next day, said they had him out there at the house. Said because back then, folks would have their, lay their kinfolk out there at home. They'd have their casket laid right there in the living room sometimes. Folks would come by and pay their respects. Well, said they buried old Sylvia in the backyard up on like a low knoll, like a little hill, by a big old oak tree. Well, said Martha said she was just beside herself, upset, things like that, that she couldn't live without him. A few days later, she kept telling everybody she'd be all right in a few days because the new moon was coming in. She'd be all right. New moon will be in tomorrow. New moon will be in tonight. Well, said folks kept wondering what she was talking about, but didn't really know, so they didn't push it. Well, said the night of the new moon come in. Said they could see neighbors, people were driving by and stuff, could see a lantern up there next to his grave. Didn't think much about it, say because she was up there quite a bit, grieving. Well, they said the next day, said she was leaving the house, said she went out and hitched up a horse up to a little buggy that they had. Well, said she hitched it up, pulled it up there. And everybody just was standing there, and neighbors and stuff, kids running around up, playing, close community. So everybody stopped in shock, except because Sylvia walked out. So he walked out, got in the buggy, and they left. Said late that night they'd come back. They done that 3 days in a row. Well, said the doctor kept telling people, said, well, now, there is a possibility maybe we just misdiagnosed it. It has been, known to happen. Well, said that everybody kind of let it go, but said that he just didn't act the same. So he just acted, kind of different. But where everybody thought the world of him, they just let it go. Well, said a few days after that, he was out there in his garden, collapsed again. Said again they pronounced him dead, same thing, buried him in the same spot. Said it weren't long, he was back again. Well, they said that this went on and happened about 4 or 5 times. Folks got to where they know something weren't right somewhere. Folks would stay away from them, wouldn't talk to them. The other young'uns don't even look at them. So it eventually got to where Sylvia would stand and just stare into nothing. And said it would stand for hours and hours at a time, just staring into nothing. Well, said one night they got into a big old argument or something. So everybody got up, and they was gone. The house was empty. Barn was empty. No sign of them anywhere. Just like they packed up and just left in the middle of the night, where it was a mighty strange occurrence. Awfully strange stuff. Folks just weren't natural. Folks still wondered, where'd they go? And is it possible that weren't the first time it happened? Folks then started to wonder, just how old was they? how many times did both of them pass and they'd bring each other back? Or was it just simply a case of misdiagnosis 4 or 5 times? As always, I'll let you be the judge of that. You know, here in the Appalachians, deep under all that old fog that rolls across these mountains, there's a whole lot of tales of witches. These goes back hundreds of years. This next one here comes from my friend's grandma. It goes back to West Virginia. Long time ago. Back in the beginning of the 1900s. When her mama was little. Said they lived in a little holler. And there was a path that her and her brothers had to stay away from. Said that path came out of the hills across from the house, which connected to another path that passed their home that went into town. Well, from time to time, they noticed an old woman with an old dusty, dirty cloak. They'd come out of the path from the hills and use the trail to go into town. Well, she asked her mama who she was, because she always stopped and stared at the house a minute. Then she'd go on. Her mama said to stay away from her, because she was a witch. One morning, her and her brother was out gathering up eggs from the hens. Said they was toting them back to the house, when all of a sudden, there she was. Said her little brother screamed and ran to the house. Said for a second, she froze. Then she noticed something. Said she didn't look scary under that cloak. Said she just looked like a little old woman. Said she asked her, "Ma'am, what's your name? And why does everybody scare you?" Said she just stared at her. Said, "Why ain't you running?" She said, "What, should I?" Said she stood there for a second and reached down into her basket she's toting and dug out 4 eggs, handed them to her and smiled. Said she never said nary a word, just turned and left. Said she went inside, told her brother not to say a word about it or that old witch come back and get him. So he never said nothing. Well, that following winter was a real long, hard one. Temperatures dropped way below 0. Frost and snow covered them old mountains like you wouldn't believe. Well, her daddy and her brother took off to go hunting. Gonna be gone a few days. That night it was just her and her mama. Well, way up in the night, she woke up and heard her mama moaning and groaning. Said she took a fever. Her being a little girl, said she didn't know what in the world to do. So she just sat and cried. Well, said she was sitting there just rocking back and forth with her head between her knees. And just kind of held her head up. Said when she did, out the window, she seen a lantern. Said she thought, "Oh boy, thank the Lord, Daddy's back." Said she run to the door and jerked it open and run out of it and run right into the arms of the witch. Said that old witch leaned down, grabbed her hand and said, "Where is she?" She's still in kind of a little bit of a shock. Said she didn't know what to do, so Said she just pointed. Said she pushed past her. Snow falling off of her as she stormed by. Said she followed her in. After she went into her mama's room, said she went to the doorway and leaned in just enough to see that she had sat on the edge of the bed and was saying something and put a kind of paste looking stuff in her mouth. Took her hand, put it on her cheeks, and was working her jaws till she swallowed it. She got up and walked out. Told that little girl, said, "It'll be okay, girl. Don't fret." So the little girl said she thanked her kindly. Said the old woman walked over and stoked up the fire. Put a big old log in it. Shut it down so it'd last all night. Said she was walking out the door and she stopped. Said she turned around, glanced over her shoulder. Name's May. Give a slight grin and went to the little girl. Said she turned around and vanished into the darkness. Said the next morning her mom was feeling a little better. By nightfall she was back to her old self. Said she never did tell anybody what happened till she was an old woman herself. Said from time to time she'd go up that old path. She'd go up and she'd see old May. Sit around and visit with her. Talk to her and often brought her eggs and just anything that she could sneak off or spare. Said for many years she visited old May and learned many a thing from her. Said for a long time she didn't realize not only was she making a friend, but she was being trained. But back in the old days here in Appalachia, it was home to a lot of different people, traditions, religions, even witchcraft. Magic of old that came over from Scotland, Ireland, Europe, even Germany. Some used that magic for many different things. Oftentimes, the witch would, as they call it, bewitch somebody and make them or their family have bad fortune, or make their chickens stop laying eggs, or something like that. But these old folks done some digging, found a few ways to counteract it, like making a witch bottle or what they call a card or a ticket. Now to some people all this may sound very silly or made up, but it's very true. See, back in these hills, where oftentimes you didn't see a soul for days or weeks, it was mighty scary when something started going all wrong and you had no explanation of why, or who even really it was doing it to you. Lots of times folks would consult an elder of the family that knew how to deal with some of these things. Other times they'd have to find another witch to seek counsel with them. I heard a story once about an old timer named Amos. Now they said old Amos was a good old feller. Said he was always up before the sun to take care of his homestead. Said he was a mighty good feller. Said he had no kids, lost his wife to fever, but he still got up every morning just like clockwork. Said one day he just stopped coming outside, didn't tend to his livestock or do his usual daily chores. Well, one day a neighbor paid old Amos a visit, got worried about him. Said old Amos just sat there in his chair staring at a cold fireplace. Said he asked old Amos what was wrong. Said he just said he didn't know. Well, the neighbor began asking around, and a woman heard about it. Well, early one morning, before the sun rose, she went to see old Amos and took one of her friends with her. They said she couldn't read nor write, but she instructed her friend who could take a piece of paper and write certain words on it. Then they took a piece of his hair, wrapped it up in that paper. They took it to a certain tree and had to be facing east. Bored a hole in it. So they put that paper in that hole. And they took an old wooden peg, stuck it in there, struck it 3 times. On the first tap, they'd say, "In the name of the Father." Second tap, "In the name of the Son." And on the third tap, "In the name of the Holy Ghost." They said that broke it. They said old son come up. Said by dinner time, old Amos was back to his normal old self. A recent viewer commented, said they remembered back in the old days, something had went wrong. They couldn't remember what it was exactly, but said something had went wrong, and they took a needle. They was going to churn some butter, and said they had to stick that needle in that butter and churn it. They said by the time they churned all that to butter, said that needle weren't nowhere to be found. Whatever it was, it went back to normal. I just wanted to thank you for that comment. I really appreciate that. Now this one here comes from the Tennessee-Georgia line. Back in the 1890s. There was a woman. I never got her name. But just for the sake of the old hell, we'll call her Molly. Old Molly was a strong, independent lady in her late 30s. Had a small little cabin in a beautiful little meadow. Said she had a couple cows, a few chickens, a few old goats. So one morning she went out and milked the cows and the goats, said because one of the neighbors needed some goat's milk for a bad stomach. Well, that night, said she went to get her some cow's milk, only to find that it had all turned to blood. Well, in a scare and panic, she began wringing her hands. She didn't know what in the world to do. She didn't know what had been done to her or have a clue what to do about it, or who done it. Said she did the only thing she could think of. She lit her lantern, took off walking, and walked for miles. See a witch that her family knew. So they knew her for many years. Said the old witch sat there and heard her problem. Took a whole glass bottle. Said she put a handful of old iron nails in it, pointing straight up. Little hair, one of her fingernails, and there's probably a whole lot more to it, but that's the extent of what I was told. Well, she said she told Molly to take that bottle and place it in her hearth. Said when them old nails heated up and expanded, it would trap the spell. Well, said she took off, walking many miles back home. By the time she got back home, it was breaking daylight. Said she did just exactly that. That she placed that old bottle in her hearth, stoked her up a big old fire. And she told her to dig a hole and pour that blood milk into the hole and write something other on a piece of paper. Throw it in it. burn it, then cover it back up. Said she did just that too. Said everything went back to normal. But you know, a lot of times back in the hills, they didn't truly know who was the one that was doing these things to them. So one of the traditions was said that they oftentimes take a broom and they'd lay it across the front door. And it said that a witch couldn't cross over it, where others would put it up, hide it over the top of the doorway. And if they told somebody, yeah, come on in, it's good to see you. But if they stopped and wouldn't come in, then they knew. But a lot of times, they'd often use symbols and sigils and carve them into their barns and homes and stuff. There's even often times where they would make a top window and make it crooked so the witches couldn't fly in. Here's a story about a witch, but no ordinary witch. It's about a witch the folks never bothered but would oftentimes go to for help. They said they'd help anybody possible. The witch man of Appalachia. And I remember hearing my kinfolks tell me, said that my grandma had a cousin. Kept telling her, said that her leg kept ailing her at night. That means, ailing means hurting in Appalachian. Said her leg kept ailing. Said it just kept ailing and ailing night and day. Well, said she finally broke down, went to the doctor, and said they couldn't find no reason for it. Well, said Meemaw told her, said, we'll go see the old witch man. Now, as far as I know, nobody ever knowed his name. If they did, they never told me. That's just how they knowed him as. Said he was polite. Said he was an older like feller, kind of quiet, didn't say much, but said he'd listen very carefully. Told her, said, yeah, he's a good one. You need to go see him. She'd said that when she was a little girl, said she got seed warts all over her hands. Said they hurt when she tried to wring her hands or use her hands for anything. Well, said her brother Reuben told her, go see the old witch man. She said, good Lord, it had been raining so hard that the birds was building their nests upside down. But said her and her sister finally waited for a break in the rain and then walked into town to the post office and sent him a letter. Well, said days went by. She began to wonder if he even got it. Said one day she got a letter back. Said he told her, said I hope he hold her hands out and to count them seed warts on her hand and to count them a certain amount of times. Then write that number on a piece of paper and send it back to him. And said as soon as he opened it up, they'd start going away. And they did. Said a few days later she got up, and a few of them was gone. But throughout the day she noticed a few more was gone. Said it kept on till every one of them vanished. Said she wrote him another letter, said, what do I owe you? Said she never got another letter in return. Another time her older sister was cooking up a big old supper for the family gathering. Well, something other happened, and she spilled a big old pot of boiling hot water all over her hands. They said it scalded her bad. Said they instant blisters. Well, said they couldn't find the doctor. They said they tried a few old remedies and stuff, with some herbs, things like that, but it wasn't helping him so bad. Said she was crying in agony. Well, said my great uncle said he loaded her up, headed into town over the next town to see the doctor. Said he stopped for just a little bit of gas. Said he saw the old witch man standing there by the pumps. Said they pulled up, said he got out, he said he was going to tell the old witch man what was happening. Said before he could even say anything. Said the old witch man smiled and said, "What blisters?" Said my uncle just stopped. Then he noticed something. She wasn't screaming no more. Said he turned around and looked. Said she was just sitting there holding her hands up and looking at him in just complete bumfuzzled and, in curiosity. Said my great uncle turned to him, gonna try to pay him to thank him. Said he just held his hand up, shook his head. He walked around to her. He said he walked around to her side of the window. Said, "You'll be just fine now," and smiled. Just turned and walked off. They said you could walk up to his house, and even way up in the night, and not making a sound. But by the time you reached the porch, he was coming out the screen door. Said nobody ever went inside. Said he'd always ask you to have a seat and listen to you and offer you a drink of water. Said oftentimes you'd see him in town. Often you'd see him in the woods gathering things or just walking around. But I've listened to these stories about him far back as I can recollect. But I can't help but wonder, was he in fact a witch? Or was he just a quiet type of feller, just a healer or something? I mean, I don't know anything about witchcraft or anything like that myself. But if you do, let me know. A long time ago, way back in the hills, folks lived just about anywhere they could find or build. Well, there were some folks that moved into an old house that had an old barn behind it. There was an old woman that everybody knew as Aunt Delphi. Everybody knew Aunt Delphi as that because nobody ever really knew where she was from, any of her kin, or anything. It was just like she just showed up one day. Well, she lived in that old barn for a long time. And after that family moved in for a long time, it was peaceful. Beautiful. Just felt at home. Friends, family, neighbors alike would often come by and visit because it was on the way to town. Beautiful area. But all that changed one snowy winter's night. They'd all nestled down getting ready for bed when the old man went going to stoke up a fire and bank it so it'd stay warm all night. Well, he kept an old rocking chair, as most folks did, in front of the old fireplace. Said he walked outside and got him an armload of wood and a handful of kindling for the next morning. Said as he went back in, said there she sat in that rocking chair, in an old faded black bonnet and a shawl. Just sitting there rocking. He stopped and dropped that wood everywhere. I said, "Aunt Delphi, what are you doing here?" She never said a word. Said she just turned and looked at him. Then turned back to look at the fire. Watched for a minute. And disappeared. Said oftentimes she'd stare through the windows at him. Especially the young'uns. Said if they was walking through past the window, she'd just push her face up to the window. If they'd scream, she'd vanish. Well, I reckon this went on for some time. And finally one day they noticed she hadn't been out for a spell. Well, as most folks did back then, they got to worrying about her. So somebody went up there to check on her, only to find that she had passed. Doctor said due to the cold weather, it's really hard to tell exactly how long she'd been gone. Well, said that when they had her little old funeral, said they weren't but about a handful of people showed up. And then the same at her burial, because nobody knew who her kinfolk was. Well, said the old man thought, well, maybe now I can finally get some peace. He was mighty wrong. Said one day in the spring, he was out cutting a few logs to build him a smokehouse. Said he kept losing his axe. Said everywhere he turned. Said every time he turned around, it'd be missing. It'd be somewhere else. Said finally he got mad and started fussing about it. As soon as he did, said he started hearing a cackling above him. Said he looked up. Said sitting up there in a tree looking down at him was Aunt Delphi laughing. It scared him half to death, and again she just vanished. Well, not long after that, his daughter was down at the creek washing clothes. When all of a sudden, all of her clothes in the water turned to crimson red. Well, she started screaming naturally. Said as soon as she did, she said a cackle fell across the water and slightly echoed through that little old holler. Well, back in them old days, and oftentimes you'll see maybe some old pictures or something like that, in some parts of Appalachia it may still be going on. A lot of folks would keep like an old picture and hold water in a little old bowl like. Keep, use it to wash their face with. A lot of times they'd use it if they come in from the field or something, they'd wash their face and hands or something before supper or before they went to bed or something like that. I said one evening the old timer had come in from the field and his missus told him to wash up for supper. He went there and washed his face and his neck and washed his hands and his arms and stuff like that. Well, he went and opened the back door up, turned around, grabbed that pan, going to throw the water out. So as soon as he did, he threw the water. Said as he was throwing the water out the back door, she appeared. And the water went right through her. She didn't laugh that time. She just disappeared. I reckon that went on for some time after that. I reckon over time, as the years went by, the old house and the old barn was falling in, so they tore it down. As places grow and things, they put a road by there. And right where the house and the barn was, it was a curve. Real sharp one too, they say. But said a whole lot of folks didn't want to use that road. Said because when you got to Aunt Delphi's curve, said a lot of times she'd appear in the seat beside you and cackle. Also, many a report of folks saying that as they turned that curve or was in the cemetery where she was buried, said she'd also run out of the wood line running at your car, cackling and yanking on the door trying to get in. I reckon over time that just faded too. lot of folks thought maybe she was just mysterious or something like that, but they did say that when they went up there to check on her, and they went in there to find her, they said there was some sticks in there tied in some really funny ways. Said she took an old piece of coal, draw symbols and stuff on the wall. So there was old jars of stuff that they had no idea what on earth it was, all over the place. So I'll leave that up to you. This old story here comes from a lady, her folks, West Virginia. She remembered her great-grandmother telling it when she was little. Said that her daddy was a logger. Back then, he used old mules and horses and stuff to pull the logs out. Well, said one morning, he got up before the sun come up, hitched his old horse up, went to work. Say he had a good distance to travel. That's why he left before sunup. Said he done it just like he had hundreds of times before. Well, along the way, said dawn was just peeking over the ridge. The old horse started acting funny. He thought, what in the world? Well, said about that time, just up the road a piece, that he saw a man standing there. Just standing there with his head down. He didn't know what was going on with him, so he didn't have a gun or nothing. Said all he had was an old pocket knife, so he rushed and grabbed it. In case he was in trouble or something. Well, said as he got a little closer, said he could just feel something weren't right. Said as he got up a little closer, we could kindly make out what he would look like. Said the man looked up, and half his head was gone. Said nothing gory, or bloody, or anything like that. Just like pieces of it had vanished. Or never was able to materialize or something. And said he started to raise an arm and just vanished. Needless to say, he got his horse to run. He said he didn't even look back. Said having to go to work, said he thought about that for a long time after that every morning when he'd go off to work. But I reckon for the rest of his days, he'd never seen it again. Here's one that was recently shared with me, but all they can remember is that it was in Alabama in the 1930s. Said a couple had got married, had them young, and well, I said they inherited an old house with some land for distant relatives. Said they was living in a little old bitty shack, you know, which most folks did back in them days. Well, said when they got there, said a couple of the neighbors seen them, you know, moving in, come meet them, things like that. And told them, said they had never met that relative that you know they got the house from. It was just passed to the next of kin. That's just how things was done back then. Well, so the neighbors told him, said he was the older feller, said but nobody liked him. Said he was mean. Said he was meaner than a snake in the grass. Said couldn't nobody get along with that man, no matter how hard they tried. He said he'd start trouble with the slightest chance he got. And said even the neighbors told him, said, well, he passed on, but he still guards that house. So they told him, said, well, what do you mean? So they told him, said, oh, a lot of people ride by on their horses, or a lot of folks walk back in them days. Said they'd be walking by, said see him staring out the windows or passing the windows or something like that. But said they didn't put too awful much into that kind of stuff, so they just kind of ignored it. Well, after a week or so, they started hearing things, little knocks and bangs, but just kind of shrugged it off as, you know, wood popping or house settling and stuff. Then late at night, when everybody was in bed, they started hearing heavy boots walking through the house. After a while, the wife and young'un believed it, but the husband still refused. He didn't believe it. He always had some kind of explanation. That is, till one night, he got sauced. He got him some shine. I mean, he got gashed and passed out in his chair. Well, the wife and the young'un went off to bed, but was soon woke up by him screaming to the top of his lungs. Just told that young'un to sit still, and he jumped up. She run out to find him laying there screaming, crying, scared out of his wits. And he wouldn't hardly say nothing or everything, but said she couldn't get out of his sight the rest of the night. Said he never did go back to sleep that night. Well, said the next day he got him up, started to pack, started leaving to go back home. Well, finally on the way back, she asked him what it was he saw. He said they were right. She said, what do you mean? He said, they were right. Said he was laying there asleep. Said he was woke up by footsteps coming at him. Said he opened his eyes to an old man with no eyeballs. Scraggly hair leaned over him about an inch from his face and whispered, get out of my house. Here's an old story that happened in my family here in Middle Tennessee in an area called Cagle out toward Dunlap, Tennessee, back in the 1970s. My grandparents had 6 kids, 5 daughters and a son. A long time ago, back when my mama was in her teens, all of us living back at home and stuff. Lived in an old house. I always had a lot of ghostly activity. They still lived in it when I was born, when I was young, and I remember it very well. One of the biggest things that would happen was called the ghost car. Now there's something known as a residual haunt. That's where something happens on like a certain date or something like that every year or every month or something, you know, on a certain date. It's almost like a record playing, like a fingerprint in time. It happens, but it ain't aware of you. Well, it's every now and then. Well, they said it would happen every now and then, just at random times. So they'd hear a car pull in. So you hear the motor running, then you hear it turn off. No matter how hard you try, you wouldn't find it. Said many other people that would come by visiting, kin folks, friends, neighbors, they all heard it too a lot of times. Well, over time, it got to where it would pull in. You could see headlights. So it would sit there a few seconds, cut the lights in the engine. As soon as the lights was off, it was gone. After that, it would pull in. You could see the headlights and the outline of a car, but not quite enough to make out what kind it was. Now my Aunt Jenny, the youngest daughter, once saw the outline of a man sitting inside of it. She said he was a big and too. Big old fella. Well, they seen that for years and years and years, even till after I was born. And Grandpa, they kept seeing it when everybody moved out and stuff. But eventually they found my house that was in a little better shape. And they moved and possibly. You know, I've often thought, Lord, the way it was building up, what was we going to do when that car pulled up and he got out and come in? Even hearing him saying that, just recalling it, would raise hair all over me and turn my spine to ice. Another time, my mama, the same house, and everybody was outside. Hot summer day. Everybody sitting outside under the shade trees and things like that. Said my uncle, he was in his late teens, said he had him a car he was working on. Him and my pa. Well, my mom says she come in to get something to drink. Back then, most folks didn't have air conditioning or nothing like that. They just had their doors open and windows open. Well, it says she heard something in the kitchen, and knowing everybody was outside, went to look, see what it was. Says she was walking into the kitchen and stopped in shock. There on the table was this thing sitting there on the edge of the kitchen table playing with Pa's coffee cup. Said it looked kind of like a mix of a monkey and a cat. Said it sat straight up like somebody. Had hairy little hands, a long tail, says she thought. Well, it's some kind of monkey until it turned and looked at her. And she just got this feeling that no, it weren't of this world. Said its eyes looked funny. Said it spotted her, took off out the back door. Shot out the back door and instantly shot to the right. Well, said she took off as soon as it did. Said as soon as it turned, it vanished. But you also got to know, I remember this place very good. As soon as you went out that back door or the front door, either one, it was big open areas. It had a huge yard and was surrounded by fields. A lot of folks over the years after I got up some age and got interested in haunts and paranormal stuff like that. You know, a lot of folks that remembered that area. A lot of folks thinks that whole place was a portal. You know, back in the old days here in the Appalachia, there weren't a whole lot to do. Most folks had to just do what they could to entertain themselves. Play music, or just get together and sit around jaw or something like that, you know, go visiting. Well, my grandpa said that back when he was a younger man, said that one thing they all like to do, go swimming. So him and a bunch of his buddies got together once. A couple of his brothers, and they all went swimming. Now back then, one of the ways folks made a living was mining. Folks worked in coal mines. Now for some reason or another, God only knows why, but well, they dug a big old pit. Well, not far from where they lived was an old coal mining camp that went out of business. That coal mining camp had dug a big old pit. It filled up with water. It was like a big old pond like. Well, said they used to go there and go swimming in it. Well, I said that one day they was in there swimming. I said, oh, he said it was just odd. Said they just, all of it was just kind of uneasy, like, you know, said just tension, you know. Said all of them kept looking over their shoulders and things, you know. Said oftentimes you kind of feel like you're being watched. Well, said they took their shirts off and their shoes and stuff and dove in. Well, after a few minutes and after a little bit of time, they tension started easing up and they was having fun, things like that. So they stacking up big old rocks and jumping off of it into the water and things like that, having a time. Well, one of them was able to open his eyes underwater. Said the water's fairly clear. Well, said that he took off and jumped in. Said that boy come back up white as a ghost. Said he was more like he was fighting and swimming to the edge. Said he got out of there. And said he was kicking. They was trying to hold him down. Said trying to find out what was going on. They thought an old snake, old water moccasin might have bit him or something. And said all he would do is just shake his head and point to the water. Well, my pa's oldest brother, they called him EJ. They said this man weren't afraid of nothing. They said he weren't afraid of Hanks, nothing. Well, said he took off and jumped in. They were trying to talk him out of it because they didn't know what it was. Well, said he jumped in, went under the water. Said he'd come back and everything. Told us to get your clothes on now, we gotta go. I said, what is it? He said, don't you worry about it. He said, just get your clothes on, let's go. Well, I said, they all grabbed their clothes and stuff and everything and hightailed it out of there. Well, when they got back to the house, said they asked him, said, EJ, what in the world was it? What'd you say? You know, so you just need to stay away from her. All of us said, we need to stay away from that place. Said, we don't need to go back no more. Well, said one of them finally told us, said, if you don't tell us, we're gonna go back right now. You know. And so he told him, said, all right, said, so he finally sat him down there and told him. And so he told him, said, well, said, I dove in and swam down toward the bottom. He said, there's a man sitting down there looking up at me. Said, but he looked like he was half fish. Said, they just kind of looked at him, kind of like puzzled, confused. Said, at first they thought that he was joshing them. Said, you know, pulling their leg, you know. He said, no, that's the Lord's honest truth. And the other boy with him, Ernest, told him, said, yeah, that's exactly what I saw. And said it weren't like he was trying to hurt him or nothing. Said he was just sitting there. Said it looked like a man, shaped like a man, but it kind of looked like a fish, had fish qualities to it too. And said it just sat there and was watching him. And said when he swam down the first time, said it just looked at him and turned its head. Said he scared him half to death. Said he about let out his breath right there and inhaled underwater. It scared him so bad. Well, EJ told him, said, yep, that's exactly what I saw. Said the same thing. Said it didn't turn his head, said, but he was just sitting there watching me. Said didn't know what it was. But now, after that, I reckon they said there was a lot of other people went down there and went swimming and stuff. Now, as far as I know, nobody else seen it. But now that don't necessarily mean they didn't go down toward the bottom neither. It's almost kind of spooky though. Almost run a chill up your spine. Sit there and think about sitting there swimming and something like that sitting up there just watching you. Next time you go swimming in an old creek bed or an old river or something like that, stop and think. Just what might be down there watching you. There was once an old witch woman that lived back in the hills. Folks say she's well over 100 years old. It was both feared and respected. Says she had an energy about her that nobody had ever felt before. It weren't good nor bad, just different. Says she walked everywhere with two old dogs. Said wherever she was, there's always a mess of crows around her calling. Now folks that spoke to her said her name was Ivy Mae. They said she was known to just appear out of nowhere. Well, said one younger gal lived close by named Mary, but all the fellers wouldn't have nary a thing to do with her. Said they'd laugh at her and poke fun of her, 'cause she had a cleft lip. One day, a couple of gals was walking home from town. Saw Mary walking to her granny's. Said they started laughing at her and making fun of her. Mary started crying. Said out of nowhere, Ivy Mae stood behind Mary with an angered look. Said them two gals started to run, but Ivy Mae froze them in their tracks. Said Ivy Mae leaned down, rubbed Mary on the head, said, "Don't you fret a bit, sweetheart. There'll never be nary another nasty thing past their lips." Said they took off running. Said that evening, one gal was kicked by an old mule, and the other one fell out of a wagon. Neither one of them was able to talk. Well, after some time had passed, they started getting made fun of, seeing what that was like. And they started being nice to people, doing good things. So as soon as they started doing that, their voice come back. I reckon from then on out, they was good people. And as far as Mary, well, they said she woke up one morning with a normal lip. Said all the fellas around town was crazy about her. Said all of them went on about her, asking to take her to dances and shindigs and things like that. Said she wouldn't give them the time of day. Said she'd just flip her hair and keep on walking. Reagan said she eventually wound up marrying a lawyer. Said time to time she'd pass old Ivy Mae. Mary would always smile and wave. Said she'd always look at Mary with a grin and a wink. I was sitting here reminiscing. I was thinking about an old memory. About an old house across the creek nobody wanted had nothing to do with, 'cause it was owned by a witch. Some thought it was cursed. See, back where I grew up, there weren't nothing but mountains. Just old folks, things like that. A lot of the old timers are still around, still know the whole lot of the history around them mountains and stuff, them old hills and hollers. And there was naturally trails and stuff everywhere. Even though back when I was growing up, there was roads and things, but there was still a whole lot of old paths that people still use from time to time. Nevertheless, there was one old house across the creek. I see where we live, we all lived on one side of the creek. And if you crossed that creek, you went back in there to where they used to log and stuff like that and everything. But if you kept going, and you went way back in there, you come up on an old field, big old field. And there's a house sitting at the edge of it. It weren't a big house, it weren't really a small house. But everybody said to stay away from it. Said that a witch woman lived there a long time ago. Now the house itself was old as dirt. I mean mighty old. Funny thing was, it was in real good shape, but nobody took care of it. And the field always looked like it was freshly cut, but nobody ever cut it. Nobody bush hogged it or nothing, because you couldn't get a bush hog back to it. The only way to get to it was a little old footpath, about a foot and a half wide, something like that. I remember we walked back there once, me and my dad, mom, and everything. And like I said, it weren't uncommon for folks to go to it. But like I said, most folks stay away from it. A lot of the old timers said that there was a witch that was buried somewhere on the property. Said she had some of her kin come in that was also a witch and bury her. Said she had a diamond on her finger, so big you couldn't reach around it. Said nobody knows where exactly she was buried. Some folks think it was under the house. Well, anyway, we went back there one time. Hot, during summer, things like that. We just out for a walk. Well, we went by there, and we went inside. Well, I'm trying to tell Dad not to, you know. Well, he wanted to anyhow. Well, we went in, and let me tell you, just the minute that place come into view, you just got these feelings that just run all over you from head to toe. So I'm telling you, just stay away. Well, we went in. There were still pictures hanging on the walls. Old tin tops, things like that. Old pictures. The funny thing was, well, after we got in there, Dad got to looking around. Like I said, there was still pictures and furniture and stuff everywhere. Well, Dad reached over, and it almost looked like them people. It was almost like their eyes would follow you, or they was just staring at you, looking into your soul. Well, Dad reached up there, took one of the pictures off the wall. Me and Mama both telling him, "Don't do that, don't do that." Well, he done it anyway. Well, as he walked through the doorway, there weren't even a door on it. There weren't no door on it. As soon as Dad walked through the doorway, Mama hollered at him. He looked down, and his hand was a dripping blood. That picture, the glass, had shattered and cut him. I mean, it cut him good, boy. He was bleeding like a stuck hog. Well, he said, "I'm going to take this picture back, show it to my grandpa." You know, 'cause back then, when I was real pretty little, his grandpa was still alive. He said, "See if he knows any of these people." Well, anyhow, he took it. He took it home, and everybody trying to tell him, "Take that picture back, leave it be, take that picture back." No, he weren't having none of it. He was taking that to his pa, let him see it. Well, he did. And I said, funny thing was, he showed it to his pa and a lot of the old timers down there on the creek. They weren't nary one of them knowed any of them people. So it must have been some of her kin from somewhere else. Well, instead of taking it straight back, he took it back to the house. And for weeks after that, Lord, anything that could possibly go wrong did. And finally one day, Mama finally brought it in and told him, said, get that picture back over yonder now. He said, oh, well, maybe here a day or two. She said, now. Well, he listened. He said, you take that back over there, you hang that back up exactly where it was, just like how you got it. And you apologize. Well, you went back over there and hung it up and apologized. And then things went back to normal. I remember one old fella said that he was going hunting. Said he had to cross that field to get to his hunting spot he was talking about. Said he could have went the other way, but that way was a lot shorter. So he went gonna cut across the field. He said it was just breaking daylight. Said he walking up that old path, that old field, that old house, and he eased into view. And said there was this white mist like stuff. Said it was walking across the field. And he said the funny thing was, he said it was shaped like a person, but it weren't. It was just like a white mist. And said it was, legs was moving like it was walking, but it was going faster like it was running. He said, weirdest thing I'd ever seen. He said, I just stopped and watched. And said it stopped, and then turned, looked at him, turned back around, and walked down into the ground. Dad asked him, said, what'd you do? He said, well, what do you think I did? I turned around and I went back to the house. He said, I didn't go hunting that day. Next time I went, he said, I went the long way around. I said, a lot of old timers swore up and down. Said that place was cursed. I ain't been back there in many years. I don't even know if the house is still there or not. I don't know if somebody bought it or tore it down, or I don't know. Hey folks, thanks for coming in and seeing me again. It's mighty good to see you. I recently had an old Hank story shared with me. I want to share with you because it's probably one of the scariest I've heard in a long time. A long time ago, way back in the hills of Virginia, in the 1800s, it was a real close-knit community, as most was back then. Because back then, like I said, folks just looked out for one another. Well, every Sunday, there's a church, or they go to the prayer meetings. They all love to sit around, sing them old hymns and things like that. They said the old preacher man was old as dirt. Said the poor old fella was so old. Some said the good Lord made him and then built the world around him. Anyway, said he'd often go around and check on folks. Well, one day, a woman showed up out of nowhere. Said she tried being friendly with folks, but said she talked with a funny accent. So being an outsider, folks didn't take too kindly to her. So they just kindly give her the cold shoulder. Well, said one old widow woman, she was nice to her. Said her name was Elizabeth. It says she was from a faraway land and had a whole lot of sisters. Well, I reckon she tried over and over and over to make friends and be nice to people, things like that. But they just shut their doors in her face, told her to leave, just, snarl their nose up at her and things like that. Well, she thought I'll try talking to the old preacher man. One Sunday, she got up, put on a real nice dress, and got all dudded up. Started seeing folks walking down the path going to preaching. Well, it says she waited just a little bit, then eased down the path. She wanted to talk to the old preacher in front of everybody, she thought. Well, if I speak to him, then he'd speak to her, and then maybe other folks would start coming around. Well, it says she was mighty excited to make some new friends. Said as she got closer, she heard talking. Then her little old church come into view. There they all was, out talking to each other. An old preacher right there in the middle of them. Well, it said she put on her best smile and started walking towards them. Said they saw her, started whispering, pointing, things like that. Said as soon as she said hi to the old preacher, said all of them started to sing just to drown her out. Said she thought, well, okay, I can play that game too. So she started talking a mite louder. Said the old preacher stopped everybody, sort of hushed them down a little. Well, finally. So he looked over at her, said, hold your tongue, witch. There ain't nobody here wants to hear your evil blasphemous mouth. Now get on. Well, said that just broke her heart. So she started crying, turned around. As she started to walk off, some of them started singing again, some of them started to snickering and laughing. Said she stopped right there in the middle of the road, turned around, waved her arms, and said, so I hope you enjoy one another and you singing, 'cause that's about to be all you's got. Said she gave him a crooked smile and left. Well, after that, I reckon she went, packed up her stuff, and moved. Nobody seen her again. Well, around the early 1900s, a couple of fellers, who was also brothers, was walking across the mountains, going to see some of their kinfolk. Back then, a lot of folks traveled by foot. A lot of times they'd have to travel a mighty long ways. Well, I reckon it was getting late, so they decided to stop and make them a fire, set up camp. Set out again first light. Well, way up in the night, one of them got woke up by what sounded like a talking off in the distance. And said he woke the other one up. So they got to listening and decided to investigate. So they peeped over a big old rock, saw a slight glow of light coming out of an old abandoned run-down church. Said one of them went sneaking off down towards it, hiding behind rocks here and there, dodging trees and things. Said he creeped up to the window, eased up and peeped in. He said he just stood there, looking for a while. Said this whole time, said his brother was up there on the ridge watching him. And said while he was standing there watching him, all of a sudden, he started hearing singing. Well, I said about one old boy cut loose and running. And they said he run so fast. They said he was running into trees, bouncing off of them, tripping over rocks. And good Lord, said he fell all over the place, but never did hit the ground. He was moving so fast. Well, I said also as he ran off, the light slowly dimmed out. and the singing died down and stopped. Said he passed his brother and just kept running. Said his brother, the one that was watching, said he had to pick up everything around the campfire, their belongings, their little knapsacks, their blankets, whatever they had there. Said because his brother never did stop. Said he just kept on running. Well, said finally he seen him on their kinfolk's porch. Said he had a big old white patch of hair on his head. Said he asked him, said, what in the world happened? Said his brother looked up at him, eyes as big as a silver dollar. Said he started stuttering. Said, Lord, I went up that window and peeped in, and there they was, having church. Said his brother said, well, so? He said, so? You don't understand. They were dead. Said instantly, he said his brother got a cold chill run up his spine. He said, dead? He said, yes, sir, dead. Said, froze in my tracks. Said, stood there for a minute because I couldn't move. And then they all stopped. And they turned and looked at me. Said when they all spotted me, they commenced to singing them hymns. Well, needless to say, I reckon whenever they went back home, they took a different way back. For the rest of his life, they said that one old boy stuttered for the rest of his days. He had that white patch of hair until the rest of it caught up when he got old. Now, whether this lady was a witch or into some other kind of magic, I don't know. I'll leave that up to yuns. A long time ago back here in these old hills of Appalachia, folks were strong, independent, brave. One old feller was awful known for his bravery. He said he weren't afraid of no man, beast, nor haint. And that was put rightly to the test. See, whenever folks has a reputation for just about anything, others will surely put that to the test. This old feller, old EJ, he was a good old feller, they said, mighty good. But he had a high reputation of not being scared of nothing at all. Said he'd stand up to any man that walked, tame a wild horse. Said he'd walk through the hills with nary a thing to protect himself from an old painter, or bears, or anything, without so much as a worry, a twitch, or a bead of sweat. Said folks told the places to stay clear of because of them being haunted and stuff, but said they never stopped old EJ. They said he'd strut right up to them places. Said he never went looking for things like that, but never avoided it neither. They said old EJ weren't a real big feller neither, just average size. They just weren't scared of nothing. Well, I reckon one day one of his kin named Herschel come up to him and said, EJ, I heard about something that'll sure far put you to the test. So EJ just looked at him, grinned, and shook his head. So he looked at him and said, what's the point in it, Herschel? So Herschel said, I'm bound and determined to find something that'll scare you. So EJ just laughed and said, well, what you got in mind? So old Herschel grinned and said, well, I heard an old timer talking about a witch. Said that he overheard talking to a feller about going to a certain tree 3 mornings in a row. And something happened to that feller. Turned his hair plumb white. Said, now I bet you a 50-cent piece you won't do that. Said for a long time, old EJ just laughed it off. Well, one evening after supper, It's all sitting around, sitting on the porch, and the sky started getting mighty dark. The old thunderheads rolled in. Lightning was splashing across the sky, and thunder was doing that old low, spooky rumble. Old EJ started thinking about what old Herschel had said. About that time, the wind started picking up. And it started howling, whistling and things. Well, everybody else got up and went inside. But old EJ, not being scared of anything, just sat there in his rocking chair studying. And not wanting to scare his ma and pa or anybody else, he went back in acting like he was going to turn in for the night. But instead, he put on his old hat, snuck out his window, and headed out, going up the ridge to see the old witch woman. Not to prove that he weren't scared, but just out of curiosity. Said he walked through them old woods, but that old storm making them mighty oaks bend like switches. Said it weren't long till the old witch woman's cabin come into view, with a single light on. Said lightning was a lighting the area up like the sun when he moseyed up on the porch. Said the old woman yanked the door open, looked out with her glass blue blind eyes and said, "Get in here before you get blowed away." Said he walked in, took his hat off and said, "Ma'am?" And she held her hand up and said, "I know why you're here." Said she leaned back and said, "And why you want to go poking about with something you don't know nary a thing about?" So he said, "Oh, just curious, I reckon." She said, "I tell you what, you study on that a mite. And if you still curious by the next full moon, well, you just come on back and I'll tell you." I said he thanked her. Said she laughed. He said, "Ma'am?" She said, "Don't thank me, boy, 'cause you don't have the foggiest notion what you thinking me for." He said, "Oh, I ain't scared no haint." Said she eased forward in her chair and said, "Ain't no haint." Said he made big old eyes and grabbed his hat and nodded and just got up and left. Said he kept playing what she said over and over in his head all the way home. The next morning he got up and was studying on it too. Said he thought it's 4 days till the next full moon, so he had a long thinking spell. And on the 4th night, he went back. Said she was sitting there on her porch waiting for him. Said she was sitting there rocking. Told him to set a spell. Said, "So you studying on that, ain't you, boy?" He said, "Yes'm." She said, "If you do this, ain't no sorry gonna help you." He said, "Well, I really don't know what it is we're talking about." Said she started laughing and said, No, you sure don't." Said he laughed. Said, "Well, what's worse than old haint?" Said she cackled a little bit and said in almost a whisper, "The old devil himself." She leaned her head back, took a big old deep breath and said, "There's a tree in Wayford's Holler, older than all the rest and bigger." So he told her, said, "Yes'm, I know the one you're talking of." She said, "You go to that tree just before daylight," and told him what to say. Now, when I collected this old story, I was told the exact type of tree, what was to be said and everything, but I ain't going to repeat it, because I was promised to keep it secret, and not only that, I wouldn't say it on here, because I don't want nobody else to try it. But anyhow, she told him the words. Said, "Now you got to do that 3 mornings in a row, just before daylight. And on the 3rd morning, he'll be there."
Well, I said they talked a little longer, and said then he left for home. And he told Herschel what he had to do. Said he tried talking EJ out of it. So he told him, said, no, said, man, that ain't no hang, that ain't just nothing regular scary right there. So you just stay away from it. Said, oh, EJ, said, nah, he was bound and determined. Well, I said the first morning he went up there. Said he walked to that old tree. Said the incantation. And said a cold presence circled him. Said the second morning. Said he went to it. Said the incantation. Said whispers began to come forth from the tree trunk. Said that night he began to have cold feet. Said he started thinking about that a lot. But said he thought, well, I ain't scared, but ain't nobody want to see the old devil. But as the night went on, he thought, well, if I don't, I'll be known as a chicken. I'll be known as Yeller. I ain't doing that. Said, not to mention Herschel know about it, 'cause I reckon he stayed with him that night. So on the third morning, he woke Herschel up. Took off with his lantern. Well, after a spell, Herschel seen old EJ coming back across the field. Said he seemed off just a touch. Said he just seemed to stare off into nothing. Said he asked EJ, said, well, how'd he go? What happened? Said old EJ said, the old devil didn't show up. But one of his helpers did. He just strolled on up onto the porch and sat down and started whittling. Herschel said, well, what'd it look like? Said EJ glanced up, pointed with the stick he was whittling on. Said, see for yourself, it followed me. Said old Herschel's blood turned to pure ice. He eased around, and there in the tree line there it stood. Said it was kind of like a man, but with long, dark, grungy hair almost down to its ankles. Said you couldn't make out any details other than its piercing orange eyes. Said it turned its head, cocked its head to the side like a bird would. Said Herschel screamed, run like a scalded dog. I reckon for weeks after that, it followed him just about everywhere he went. Said he couldn't rest, couldn't sleep, started hearing voices, nightmares. Lord, they said he'd have nightmares, night terrors, sweat. He started seeing things and everything. Said he couldn't come inside his ma's house or anywhere that was religious. And said a lot of folks reported seeing that thing following him too. Said a lot of folks also said to have had night horrors and things like that. Bad luck. Where some said to have health problems, eyesight problems and things like that, just for even glancing at it. Said one day his ma said, EJ, you gotta get shed of that thing. He said, Mama, I don't know how. Said she reached over and grabbed him by the shirt, pulled him to the door and said, you get down to the church and you get down there now. Well, said he took off. Said outside the church, the old preacher grabbed him, yanked him inside and down on his knees and started praying. Said all the while, that thing was running around outside, making circles around the church and making noises like an injured pig. Said the preacher kept him there for a couple of days, praying. Said soon it started being seen less and less. I reckon after a long time it finally stopped. One day he said he saw the old witch along the path as he was walking to the prayer meeting. Said she asked him if it went to his liking. Said he said, Lord, I'd like to have never got shed of that thing.
Said again, she lightly cackled and said, "What do you mean, rid of? You conjured that thing up, boy. Is it just 'cause you can't see it? Don't mean it ain't there." Said folks said he never said nary a word about ever seeing it again. But even when old EJ passed, folks studied on it a mite and then wondered if it really was gone, or if it was just a-waiting. Here in the Appalachia, there's stories that's been lost to the whispers of time. Some old story still travels on this old wind. Some of them will chill you to the bone. I was recently talking to an old feller. He was talking about old stories and things. He told me a story that run chills up my spine. I want to share it with you. Said his great-granddaddy was from the hills of Kentucky. Said he was known all throughout them bridges, hollers, and things like that for trapping, hunting, tracking, things like that. Said folks come from miles around just to hire him for his skills. Well, said one day he rode his horse to go look for some new, better hunting areas. Said he ended up in an old holler, and said it was getting mighty late, so he decided to just make camp till morning. Said it was warm, beautiful area. Said he even thought about fishing in the old creek that was running alongside him there the next morning for about to eat. Well, said he had him a nice fire going, kicked back, watching the stars and things. The moon was shining bright in the sky. And when his horse started acting up, well, being from the hills, he knowed something weren't right. Said his first thought was old coyotes, wolves, just a wild animal of some kind. So he went over to his saddle and got his repeater. Kept a weary eye open for a spell. So after a while he fell asleep. Then he suddenly got woke up to his horse pawing at the ground and a snorting. Said he opened his eyes to an old woman, sorta hovering over him, nose to nose. Said he froze in fear. Couldn't utter a single word, but tears just poured. Said her skin was like dried mud. She had sunk-in eyes that seemed to just stare through him rather than at him. Said all he could do is just sit there and stare. Said he later recalled that whole time he couldn't remember hearing any noise of any kind coming from any direction. He said it was almost as if the world just kind of stopped. And him and her was the only thing existed. Said he wanted to move, scream, run so bad he couldn't stand it. And said it was like his body was just paralyzed. Said she opened her mouth wider and wider. Her jaws just seemed to kind of unhinge more from side to side. Said she let out a shriek that just echoed through that holler. Said, Lord, it hurt his ears. Said it was so loud and hurt so bad that he remembered feeling something around his ears. He later found out it was blood. She had screamed so loud it made his ears bleed. And then just like that, she was gone. Said he laid there for a few more minutes, still in shock. It scared him so bad he didn't even know what to do. Said he jumped up, looking around in panic and just sheer horror. Saddled up his horse, got on it, and rode for dear life. Well, I said several months went by, and he eventually got a few fellers together and rode back to the area because he kept having nightmares about it over and over and over. Said he just could not get a wink of sleep. I said when they got back, said that the rocks he used for his fire was still there, still in the same exact shape, everything. Said he began to get a chill. Said every one of them did. They all become uneasy when they saw signs of witchcraft all in the trees in the area. Said one feller, said you must have upset something, or it just didn't want you here, or something. Because it was late when he rode in and didn't see the carvings. So the old feller got down off his horse, got to looking around. So they said something had to have been drawing him back there. Said they told him to look high and low, and that they did, all the way down even to the creek down there, looking around. So there was carvings in the trees, and markings, and sticks tied together in certain ways, and things like that, just all kinds of stuff. Well, like I said, one old fella got down, he got to looking around, got to noticing, said he spotted something kind of odd sticking out from under one of the rocks they had used for his campfire. Well, after they done a little bit of digging and got to looking, he realized it was a bone. Then he stood up, and his blood turned to pure ice, because he realized he had built his fire on top of her bones. Well, it said he removed the rocks, took them back down to the creek, went out of the area and got some fresh dirt, got back over there, put dirt back up over the area and patted it down real nice, and just apologized over and over and over. Said, Lord, please forgive me. I didn't mean to disturb you. Rest, I didn't mean to. I had no idea. Lord, I am so sorry. And then after that, that's all he knew to do. That's all he could really think of to do. So he just had to hope for the best. Well, said they saddled up, turned around, and rode for home. And said as far as anybody knew, they reckoned the nightmare stopped. You know, way back in these old mountains, ridges, hollers, there's one thing I can say about these old Appalachian mountain witches. They stay true to their word, even after death. Years ago, there's this old farm woman named Minnie Van Sickle. Everybody said was a witch. She lived on a curve in the road in a run-down old farmhouse. Had 2 barns and a shed on her property. I remember riding down the road at night with my folks when I was just young. As the car would approach the bend in the road where she lived there, headlights would illuminate her front porch. Sometimes she'd be sitting on the porch glaring at us as we went around the bend. I once asked my great Aunt Jane about her, and she bluntly replied, "She's a witch." Another time, I asked an old farm widow, lived in her neighborhood, about her. This woman was a highly Christian woman. When I asked her if Minnie was a witch, she hesitated and replied, "Well, she's done some strange things," and that's all she said. Her land was once farmed by her husband, but before he died, he sold off all the farm ground to a man named Nicholson. But he kept the house and the barns and about 6 acres of the land.
Nicholson was one of them fellers who had a lot of money and bought up land to eventually develop into houses. However, he never moves fast, and sometimes it's years before he does anything with the ground he buys. For instance, I used to squirrel hunt on his land, and today there's a big old fancy home right there where I used to sit and shoot old gray squirrels. Well, apparently, even though Minnie no longer owned her farm ground, she would still try to run people off of it. I've heard men talk of being back out in the woods early of a morning, waiting on the squirrels to start moving. When almost as if she come out of nowhere, Minnie would be standing there glaring at them and pointing with a bony finger. "Get off my land." Nicholson tried talking to her, but it didn't do no good. She continued to harass hunters and root diggers right up till she died. She told Nicholson, "You'll never get to use my land for anything, Jim Nicholson. I'll see to it." When Minnie died, somebody burned down her house. And later on, somebody come and burned down her barns and sheds. Nothing's left but a crumbling old spring house down the slopes from her home. When she died, having no heirs or anything, her 6 acres come up on tax sale, and a man named Doherty bought it. And to this day, has done nothing with that property. So in the years after Minnie's death, her former farm began to spring up pockets of marshy ground. Nobody had an explanation for it. But year after year, the ground became more swampy and worthless for anything but hunting. Then over the years, it even became too difficult to hunt in. Here and there in the growing swamp, you can find a deer stand that now sits out in the water, still attached to a tree. The place is now just a home for muskrats, coons, bobcats, and stuff. Now, being a trapper, I asked Nicholson for permission to trap on it, which he granted. He just gave me a warning to watch out for sinkholes and quicksand. The first year I trapped it, I did pretty good, but he was right about them sinkholes. I once found a muskrat lodge built over what looked like a deep sinkhole. So I cut a pole and run it down in the water. I went down at least 8 foot. Couldn't touch bottom. Twice I broke through the surface and sunk up over my knees, and was lucky both times to have a partner trapping with me. One of the creepiest things was finding fence posts sticking up out of the swamp with the fence wire still stapled to it. That old land sure did have a gloomy air to it, and still does. What made me finally quit trapping the place weren't the lack of critters nor the swampy ground. It was the handprints. One morning I was headed back to the swamp to check my traps, and I noticed a white handprint on a tree right where I went in. More than that, as I followed my line, I began to notice more handprints on more trees. Now, I didn't touch them, but seemed to be made of some sort of powder or something. And this kept going on, and I ain't gonna lie to you, it spooked me. I figured somebody was watching me. So
So one morning, got the idea and I entered the swamp at a point where I'd never gone into it before. The next morning, there was white handprints on the trees. Well, that right there was quite enough for me. Well, I quit trapping there, and I won't enter the place anymore. I took some photos from around the place, but I'll never set foot in that swamp there again. Old Nicholson's gone now, and his son owns the grounds. Says it's a worthless piece of property. It has been classified as a wetland, so it can never be used for anything except from waterfowl and the critters that live in it. And just maybe, the spirit of an old witch who to this day won't let nobody use her land. Throughout these ancient mountains of Appalachia, over the centuries, there's been many kind of magic flow through these old hills. Witches, granny magic, and even voodoo. Back in mid-1873, there was a lady in my family that lived back in the hills of North Carolina, just across the Tennessee line. Her name was Elizabeth. Lovely, beautiful lady. Well-to-do local feller with a politician wanted to marry her. But Elizabeth didn't like him like that. And he was one of them that thought he could have and get anything he wanted just because he had money and his political stature. Well, after turning him down at a social event, and as he said, causing lots of embarrassment, started causing her lots of trouble. Back then, folks was dirt poor and do just about anything to make a dollar. Shoot, some of them would do anything and did. Said the politician got folks to humiliate her publicly and just all kinds of mean, nasty things. Said they even burned down her house. So with no home, friends, she found herself standing on a cliff face about to leap when she heard a voice. A soft yet stern voice of a lady say, "What you doing, child?" She turned around to see a lady standing there in a beautiful dress and a head wrap. She explained what was happening, and the lady introduced herself as Marie, a lady from Louisiana who was there visiting, checking on a dear friend of hers. Marie asked Elizabeth to join her back in Louisiana. Glad to have finally had a little bit of kindness and nowhere else to go, she graciously accepted. I reckon Marie took Elizabeth in, guided her with teachings and stuff. Several years later, Elizabeth returned to her once home after the death of her friend and mentor Marie. Only this time, she walked with confidence. Folks remembered her and invited her to a wedding. She was having a mighty good time when that old politician saw her. Started laughing, he says, Well, never thought we'd see your face around here again. She smiled and said, looks like you misjudged a whole lot of stuff, Mr. Politician. A whole lot of stuff. Said he smiled as left him and he walked off. That night, he wanted some fellers to repeat what they did last time. Said it all started as they was having a meeting. Said as they was planning it out, sitting there. Old politician had all them fellers in there and stuff. The lamps and candles kept blowing out, but there weren't no wind. As them fellers was sneaking up to her house, said her feet become like lead. One of them even reported said, boys, my legs like rigor mortis. Said about that time Elizabeth walked out on the porch and called out each one of them's name. It said, if I see any one of you anywhere near me or trying anything like this to anybody else, said I'll haunt your dreams and bring a swarm of locusts down over your crops. Said they froze in fear. Said she snapped her fingers and they run off, agreeing to leave her alone. Well, naturally they run back, telling the old politician, and after telling him the news, said he laughed. That is, until that night. That night, he was awoken by what sounded like a whole mess of people talking, laughing, carrying on and everything. Said he opened his eyes, and he was in a barn, at a to-do. Oh, said people was a dancing around, a laughing and cutting up and going on. And he's so confused as he's still in his nightclothes. And so he tries talking to people, asking where he's at and how he got there. So all they do is just look at him and laugh. No matter what he tries, they just laugh at him. He begs them and pleads with them and everything, but they just simply laugh at him. They say he's just drenched with humiliation and embarrassment. But then they all turn mad, looking all mean, and start screaming at him. So he looks up and sees Elizabeth standing in a corner with a glare and a crooked grin. So they start surrounding him, closing in on him. So he's screaming, hollering, fighting for his life, and he wakes up and he sighs until he sees Elizabeth standing in the corner. He sat up in the bed, pushed himself back to the headboard, big old wide eyes. So when his eyes adjusted, he could see she weren't alone. So she was there whispering to another lady he'd never seen before. An older light lady, in a pretty dress and a head wrap, and said they're just staring at him. Elizabeth finally says, if and you ever treat anybody, I mean anybody, especially a lady, like you have me, Mr. Politician, this is just a sample of what's to come your way. Said he begged and pleaded and begged and pleaded and promised the moon. She said, oh, I believe you, but you still gotta pay for your wicked deeds. Said her and that other lady started laughing and vanished into the shadows of the room. So the next day, the politician lost his job, weren't long after that, he lost his home. His dear friends, his closest friends, turned against him, turned their backs on him. And soon he became the local drunk. So everywhere he went, people would point and laugh. Especially Elizabeth. And said on more than one occasion, it was reported her walking through town, or through a field, or down the road, and for a split second, folks would see her walking with another lady in a dress and her head wrap. But when they took a second look, it was just Elizabeth. Long time ago, way back in the 1930s, there was two older widow women, the Baker sisters. Now, the Baker sisters lived up on a ridge folks called Buzzard Ridge. Now, my great pa had always heard rumors and tales that them old women was witches. Now, mind you, from what he had heard, old Mara and Bertha Baker weren't the kind you wanted to go to for a poultice or seed ward or nothing like that. No. But rumors being rumors, and knowing how people talk, said he never put too much stock in it. To be honest with you, he said more than once that he kindly felt sorry for him. Being up there all alone, nobody to talk to but one another, while being lonely get you lost in your own mind, and that's a mighty bad place to get lost in sometimes. Well, one day, that got to playing on his mind, and he thought, well, I'll just go up there, give him a visit, see for myself. It's the biggest mistake he had ever made in his life. So he went up that ridge and said the place just seemed, well, like you had eyes on you the whole time. And the feeling of turn and run stayed with him. Said he come up on the old cabin. Said there they was, sitting under a shade tree. Said one was a breaking beans, the other was a scraping taters. Said, boy, they was just a talking up a storm. And it just stopped. Slowly looked up at him. Said he hollered, howdy, nice day, ain't it? They didn't say nothing, but they did give him an unsettling grin. So one of them said, howdy, in a real shaky voice. So Dudden kindly looked at him side-eyed and said, what's your business here, boy? But he said, sorry, I hope I ain't disturbing you, lady. He said, I just had an extra mess of squash and thought you might like some of them. Said one of them was a tiny little bitty bird of a lady. Said she looked at him and said, why, yeah, we do. Said he walked over there, still having that unsettling feeling. Said they sat and talked a spell. The older one was Mara. Says Mara asked him if he'd like to stay for supper, and said he agreed. Well, said they told him to rest on the porch a little bit, right there in the rocking chair, get back and take a load off, and they prepare supper. Said they didn't get visitors much. Well, I said that struck him mighty odd, but said he didn't think too awful much of it. Figured they just weren't used to having company or a man person around, and not knowing him real good. He thought they might have just been a little nervous. Well, said he sat there in that old rocking chair and he dozed off. Said he come to with an old sitting in the chair beside of him, leaned over about an inch from his face, said, "Howdy." So he jumped and leaned back, said, "Howdy," rubbing his eyes and trying to get his eyes focused. Said when he did, said he noticed the old fella was joined by about 10 people standing around out in the yard. Just all over the place. Just in there grinning. Said he stood up. The old fella was trying to get him set back down. Almost to the point where he had trying to push him back into the rocking chair. Said as soon as he done that, said them other 10 started closing in. Well, said he was sitting there kind of slapping at that old fella and trying to get away from him. Said about that time he heard old Mary and Bertha yelling, "Sit your hind end down, boy." Said he jumped up and run off the side of the porch just as hard as he could go through the yard into the woods. Said he could hear them chasing him and yelling for him to come back. Said he run as hard as he could, as fast as he could. Said he run till he got sick. Said he finally made it to the nearest home and felt a little better. Yeah, said he felt a little better knowing he was back around with some type of civilization. Folks sitting out on the porch. Folks sitting out on the porch and stuff. Said when he got home, said there's a burlap sack on his porch. Said for the longest time he just stood there looking at it. Said he finally worked up enough courage to ease up there to it. Said took a big old stick, opened the end of it up there. Said it was the squash he took. Said he took off and run to the preacher as hard as he could go. Said when he got there he was telling the old preacher about it. Telling him about what happened. So the old preacher said, "Boy, ain't people told you to stay away from there?" He said, yes sir, but he said, I just kind of felt sorry for him. I didn't know, so I thought it was just old rumors. So he said, "No, afraid not." Well, said after that, said he never missed a chance to go to preaching, nor to a prayer meeting. And eventually, he became a preacher himself. This story was submitted by Thelma Clark. She said, back when I was a young'un in the mountains of good old beautiful Kentucky, she said probably around 12 or so, said my great granny Bill was still alive. Said one night it come up a big old storm, boy. Lightning flashing, thunder jarring the ground, the windows. Said she looked out the window, eased back in her old rocking chair, started rocking again. Said you could almost see a memory playing in her eyes. She sat there a second and looked over at us and said, "You know, there used to be an old witch and an old wizard in these parts. But funny thing was, nobody'd see them till it stormed." Said back when she was young, said the whole family lived down in a little old holler down by the creek. Said there was an old witch woman. Said nobody knowed her name. Said for the most part nobody talked to her. Said not necessarily because folks didn't want to talk to her, but said she made it right clear like she didn't have no interest in talking to nobody. But said it never failed though. Said as soon as it come up a big old storm or something, that some of the kinfolk would see her. And she'd always meet up with what they called the old wizard man. They said they'd take to walking around, holding their hands up in the air and swinging them back and forth and things. Said folks thought it was kind of odd, but said they never said nothing. So some of the distant kin from the city come for a visit. Cousin Jeb said, but we all called him City, 'cause he moved out of the hills for some fancy learning. She said the day he got there, they said they had a big old time and stuff. Said they cooked him up a big old supper and said all the kinfolk was together and having a good old time. Said that evening, still daylight, there come up a big old storm. Said sure enough, so here come the old witch woman out of the path, right there at the wood's edge. And the old wizard man come down the tree line. Said the city slicker asked him, what in the world are they doing out in the storm? So they told him, said, oh, that's the old witch woman and the wizard man. Said they do that from time to time. She said, now keep in mind, we was all inside. Said old City commenced to laughing, making fun of them, acting like they was doing stuff. Said when he did, said they both stopped and turned and looked right directly at him from across the field. And us old hill folk, we backed way away from him when he done that. He said, you dumb old hill folk, said there ain't nothing to that stuff. So after that happened, said they turned and went down the old path to her cabin. Said that night come a great big old storm. Lightning flashing, things like that. Old thunder just a booming. Said old City started screaming top of his lungs right there in the living room. Said they all got up, seen him cowering down the floor with a quilt over his head. She said her pa got up and yanked that off his head and said his hair had a big old white patch in it. Said his eyes was big as a silver dollar. Said after they calmed him down, he said he was laying there asleep. Said when the storm woke him up. Said no witch, no wizard was in the winders. Said the lightning wasn't flashing, one right after another. Every time it'd flash, they'd be in a different winder. Said they started laughing at him. Said then Haints commenced crawling out of the pictures on the wall and out of the fireplace and crawling at him. Said then with a single flash, them and all the Haints was gone. Said funny thing is, so was the storm. He said old City told him, said he started praying. She said Pa told him, said you hear boy, it's mighty good to pray, especially when something like that happens. Said but something else keep in mind. Whenever you see something like that and you ain't got a horse in that race, best hush you up. This one comes from Darla Braden Miller. Says, hi Mr. Jared. Absolutely love the programs. You are my most favorite storyteller. So I'm originally from Georgia, and her story that was passed down through my family all my life. It's a story about some of my ancestors, a witch, and some Civil War soldiers. What makes it interesting is about 10 years ago, so my brother come across the Confederate Civil War Journal with an entry that backed that story up. And back during the Civil War, times was mighty hard on everybody, especially when the soldiers would come in and raid farms and stuff for their livestock and crops. So well on the upper side of Georgia was a small family, the Millers, who lived down in a little old holler. Man, woman, Well, just above them up there on the ridge was an old witch woman. Kind of tall and kind of heavy set kind of lady. Stayed off to herself mostly, but said folks in the area, they said they stayed on the good side. Now, the small family, the Millers, was mighty good folks. Said everybody around them loved them. Said they loved seeing them at preaching, prayer meetings, get-together and to-dos and so on. But there was something about them folks that nobody knowed. They held a secret. Yeah, the Millers was mighty good folks. But people, they say, from time to time, they'd got, they'd hear them talking, laughing, and stuff like that way up into the night. Which was kind of unusual back then. Back in them days, most folks was in bed early because they had to be up early to start working out in the fields and stuff. Well, it weren't completely heard of, so folks basically just ignored it. Well, one day, the Confederate soldiers, big old troop of them, was walking through that area, marching stuff, going to the next town over. When they was ambushed by some Union troops due to a spy. Well, during that ambush, 3 soldiers that was good buddies made it out alive. They was the only ones. They said they was the only ones that made it out by playing dead. Said when the Union troops moved out, they did too in the blanket of the night. So they walked for a spell through them old woods and stuff. And all of a sudden, a real low light come into view. The light come through a window. It was the Miller's home. I said them soldiers figured they'd bust in, take what they could, and then skin out before dawn. When I said they got close to the house, they got on their bellies, slowly crawled up that old window. So they got up there, eased up and peeked in, and had a complete shock. So they couldn't believe their eyes. So when they looked in, said, there they were talking, the Millers, So then Mr. Miller walked over there, moved their eating table, pulled up a little old escape hatch light, and some escaped slaves had come up to eat. A man, woman, a little gal come up out of that little makeshift basement. And they sit over there in the corner out of the direct line of the windows and stuff and eat. Said them soldiers in a furious rage busted in the door. Had their weapons raised, scaring everybody half to death. And one of the soldiers, a real young feller, said, boy, young's are in a whole heap of trouble. So I'd lay my rations on him. I said, you'll all swing for this. So old Mr. Miller started to explain to him that they just did because they didn't think that was right. Things like that, they didn't deserve to be treated that way. So when they turned that gun and hit him with the stock of the rifle and knocked him down. One said they was talking, decided they was going to wait till first light, and one of them would make his way into camp and tell the general. Said he ordered them all to sit together on the floor. I said after a while, said them soldiers, they got to talking stuff and whispering things. Well, I said that old meaning said he grabbed his weapon and aimed it at him. Said maybe we'll just take one of them out, just to show you why you don't do this, teach them a lesson, Well, I said them folks were sitting there wiping tears, they was so scared. Said he started walking over there toward where the side of where the young'uns was. Well, I said about that time, said that door busted open, and a cloaked figure stood there. So they turned around to aim, but it was gone. So all of a sudden now, I said this was a calm night. So all of a sudden a big old gust of wind just rushed in. Blowed out the flame on the lamp and the candles. It was dark. So them soldiers was in a panic, boys, and so they didn't know what to do. So they heard something behind them all of a sudden. So they turned around trying to see what it was. So all of a sudden the light just appeared, just illuminated. Said it was the old witch woman. Said she was sitting there staring at them with a quote. Said there the witch stood looking upon us with a gaze that was completely absent of fear, cowardice, or regret. I have faced battalions, but never have I been so scared as I was that night I raised my rifle to that witch, and she stood like a stone when she should have been running like a whipped pup. That is the last of my recollection. Said the witch just stood there. Said all of a sudden, said she just wrinkled her brow and mumbled. Then the soldiers just started to get lost in a daze, just start off into nothing. Said she walked over and whispered into each one of them's ear. Said they dropped their weapons, turned around and slowly walked out of the house and into the darkness of the night. Said both families just stared. She said just bury them guns and never speak of this ever again for any reason. Now Miss Dora that sent this in says she was the descent of the little Miller boy. Said his ma and pa died and never spoke of it, as legend goes. Said him and his sister, and even when they be out playing or something, they never spoke of it. Said only he did on his deathbed. If the old feller hadn't, this would just be another amazing story in history that would just be lost to time.
Hey, Spooky Appalachia. Came across your YouTube channel, the Mothman Sightings Facebook group, and think I may have encountered it or a similar creature back in 2002. I was driving home for an office party in December of 2002. No, I had not been drinking. I don't touch the stuff. I was at a stoplight when I saw some bushes to my right wiggling. At first, I thought it was just the wind. Then I saw it pop out. It was a dark creature. I couldn't tell the exact color since it was dark outside. It was maybe 6 or 7 feet tall, no visible head. I also don't remember it having arms. It did look like it had wings, either red or orange reflective looking eyes. I didn't get a great look at it, but it looked more like a cross between a bird and a man than a moth. Then it went right back into the bushes. I sat there staring at the bushes until another car came up behind me and laid it on the horn. It was like I was in some kind of trance. I snapped out of it and booked it home. I had no idea what I saw. Never really talked about it. I always figured people would think I was crazy. Do you think this could have been the Mothman?
This story Aunt Pat described being on the slope of a mountain digging ginseng. She was sitting down on the forest floor digging roots when something began to throw hickory nuts at her. At first, she thought that the nuts were simply falling from trees. Ginseng is traditionally dug in the late summer when the red berries help in the location of the plant. She changed her mind when a nut suddenly shot past her head horizontally. Telling her story, she said, "Hickory nuts don't fall sideways." She thought that one of her brothers had followed her into the woods and was tossing the nuts in an attempt to frighten her, so she called out, "You ain't scared me, so stop it." She scanned the woods and then suddenly saw movement. She said that a booger man stepped from behind the tree and looked at her. She described it as being taller than any man she has ever saw and had long black hair falling down over its shoulders and face. She said that it was hairy all over and didn't seem to have any clothes on. She said that she went on to say that she gathered up her burlap sack and other things she had with her and began to move down the ridge towards an old wagon road that would take her back home. She mentioned that the booger man followed her all the way down the mountain while making huffing noises. When she got to the road in the holler, she said that she ran as fast as she could back home. She said that nobody believed her and that her mama even spanked her for wetting her pants and making up a story to cover the accident, telling her that she was too old to be wetting her overalls. Wow. Steve, thank you so much for sending in this story that your aunt passed on to you and you passed on to us. It's a pretty amazing story. And this happened in the 1930s, it said. I believe the first big Bigfoot story was in the 60s? I could be wrong. I can't remember off the top of my head, so don't crucify me in the comments, please. But yeah, thank you so much for this story. And if you have a story, please send it in to us. You can email us at spookyappalachia@gmail.com or use the Google form linked in the description. And then big thanks to our Patreons. This list keeps on growing and growing. Alvin, Adam, Charles, Chris, Danielle, Donald, Jeff, Joni, Jordan, Julia, Linda, Misty, Cheryl, Taylor, and our content creator Patreon, Scott, who's an author. His link is in the description. And Werewolf Radar Podcast, be sure to check those guys out. They do a paranormal comedy show. Good stuff. I listen to them every week. And thank you all for listening. Make sure to like, subscribe, comment, and share us out. And I'll catch you in the next one. My girlfriend and I witnessed an unexplained object or creature on the roof of a building in Mattapan Square back in May of 2012. We work for her dad's security company, and in May we had the night shift at a construction site on Blue Hill Avenue. I had been sitting in her car and we had just gotten into an argument. I decided to get in my own van to get away from her for a while. As I was surfing the web on my cell phone, I noticed something moving on the roof of the building next to the job site. I looked up and saw a fairly large shadowy figure walking or gliding along the rooftop. As I was peering out my window at it, it stopped and turned towards the cars. The best way I can describe it is that it looked almost identical to the sketch the teenagers drew after the first Mothman sighting in Point Pleasant, West Virginia. It had what looked to be large feathery wings and two almond golden eyes. I know that is not your typical Mothman description, but I don't know what else it could have been. After about 3 to 5 minutes of sitting there, it jumped off the roof, flying towards Quincy and Braintree. I watched it fly for about 5 minutes before it was out of sight. The object or creature flew in odd patterns, dipping and flying side to side, but not in a straight line. The only way I saw it was illuminated in a golden bright light. I couldn't tell if it was the moon's reflection or if it was generating its own light, but I only got a look at it in the dark. I hear stories of UFOs, Bigfoot, ghosts, and demons, and ask myself, can they all be real or maybe just some? I believe that we have only scratched the surface of reality, and the truth is sometimes stranger than fiction. I was working as a dispatcher for our local county sheriff's office. I got a call from someone stating that their relative who was undergoing cancer treatment had stopped answering the door and their mail had begun piling up. I put out the call and the shift sergeant stated that he would go since he would likely have to anyway, it being a DOA. When he arrived at the house, he radioed in saying that he had seen someone pull back half the drapes with their hand and peering out the window. After making entry, he discovered that the individual had been deceased and was located in the bedroom, which was the same one that he saw someone look out of. After clearing the house, it was deemed empty, other than the deceased individual. Once the sergeant got back to dispatch, I jokingly asked, "What'd you see in the window, a ghost?" He said, "I sure saw something." The town of Grafton is in the northern part of the state of West Virginia, about 35 minutes from Morgantown. Grafton was first settled in 1852 by construction crews of the Baltimore Railroad and Ohio Railroad. It was chartered in 1856, and during the Civil War, it was a key rail center that was occupied by both Confederate and Union troops. Grafton is also the home of the International Mother's Day Shrine. The holiday got its startings in Grafton. Also, it is the home to both West Virginia's national cemeteries. So, cool history on Grafton I wanted to throw in there. I hope you guys liked that part. But we'll get into the Grafton Monster part now. Our story takes place on June 16th, 1964, when a young reporter named Robert Cockrell was driving home from work around 11 o'clock p.m. He was the only car on the road of Riverside Drive, since most of the folks in town were in bed at this hour. As he was driving through a curve, he noticed something extremely odd and out of place. A huge white mass was standing between the road and the riverbank. While he drove past it, the thing never moved, but Robert could tell that it was alive. He described it as being about 9 feet tall and 4 feet wide, with white or gray in colored skin, and described it as being seal-like skin. And then the oddest thing about the creature was it had no head. Startled by this, Robert floored it home, and after calming down, he returned with 2 of his friends to investigate about an hour later. When they got there, the creature was gone without a trace, other than a giant impression left in the grass where it was standing. It was like the creature was lifted up from the spot it stood. 3 also noticed an odd low whistling sound coming from the river, but they could not find out exactly where it was coming from. After running
the story in the paper, monster hunting fever took over the town. More than 100 people began covering the area at night, hoping to catch a glimpse of the creature. More than 20 people reported seeing it before the newspaper ran a story claiming that the creature was just someone pushing carts and was just misidentified as a wildly imaginative story.
One hot July day, 1968, a young man by the name of Jennings Frederick, who was around 19-year-old at the time, had gone woodchuck hunting near his home, Fairmont, West Virginia. He hadn't had much luck and was about to head home when he heard a strange high-pitched sound like that of a sped-up recording. A voice reportedly said to him, "You need not fear me. I wish to communicate. I come as a friend. We know all of you. I come in peace. I wish for medical assistance. I need your help." He then saw a greenish skeletal stalk-like creature, about 6 to 7 feet tall, with slanted yellow eyes. It had human-like facial features, long vine-like arms that were no wider than a quarter. His fingers had suction cups on the end of them. Before he could move, he felt a vine wrap around him. Then what felt like a needle stuck into his arm. He could not get away. The creature had him in some type of trance-like paralysis state. All he could do is look at the creature with those eyes. It turned from red to yellow as it sucked blood from Jennings' arm. Once the creature finished, it walked off out of sight. Jennings then heard an odd humming-like sound. Thought it might be a craft taking off. Jennings recovered from his trance-like state and went home. He didn't tell his family of the event. Months later, he did tell the story to a UFO researcher from West Virginia named Gary Barker. Gary dubbed the creature Vegetable Man. I had heard this story a few times over the years and thought this was it. But I later found out while reading a post on Appalachian Oddity that there is actually more to this strange tale. Included are accounts of 2 more stories of this larger one from Appalachian Oddity. When Jennings was still in school, his mother reportedly witnessed a strange devil-like monster, which supposedly came from a flying saucer that landed in a field near the home. She was washing dishes one morning when she saw a small black or dark green creature from her kitchen window. The creature had pointed ears, a tail, no clothing, and was reportedly filling a bag with grass and dirt. Just beyond the humanoid figure was a 5-foot tall, 10-foot wide dome-shaped craft with an extended elevator. The creature appeared to be attached to a ship by a cable. The craft was silver and cream in coloration, had a row of windows that rotated counterclockwise while producing a humming noise. Mrs. Frederick ran from the window, only to return a few minutes later to see the, quote, satanic-looking being take off in the saucer, which lifted slightly off the ground while humming slightly louder than before. Mrs. Frederick told her son when he returned from school, Jennings reportedly found depressions in the ground, clawed tracks, which convinced Jennings of his mother's claims.
After his discharge from the Air Force, Jennings had a strange man in black encounter between 1 a.m. and 4 a.m. Jennings was woke up by a red flashing of light. He grabbed his .38 revolver from under his pillow and investigated the living room, where he found a small gas canister. A hand grabbed him, put a needle in his left arm, and he saw 3 men in black turtlenecks, slacks, and ski masks. One of them said, "The dogs have been darted," and everyone gasped. They reportedly put a gas mask over Jennings, his face, and questioned him about the UFOs, what he thought they were, and what he thought of the future.
November 1st, 1966. 2 National Guardsmen at a armory near Camp Conley Road, Point Pleasant, West Virginia, spotted what they thought looked like a humanoid figure that was brown in colorization, perched on top of a log. Then, on November 15th, just a few days later, in 1966, 2 married couples were joyriding around in a black 1957 Chevy. They went to hang out at a spot in Point Pleasant. It was kind of a lover's lane type spot, the TNT area. One of the couples was Linda and Roger Scarberry. The other, Steve and Mary Malati. All 4 attended Point Pleasant High School at this time. They suddenly saw 2 circular, fiery red eyes next to the abandoned North Power Plant. They said the gray man-like creature was 6 to 7 feet tall, with folded wings behind its back. They quickly drove off on Route 62 after seeing this creature. The couples then saw the creature on a hill by a large billboard. It spread its wings out to about 10 feet in length and went straight up into the air and began gliding over the car. When they got to a straight stretch of road, they were going about 100 miles an hour, and the thing was able to keep up with and follow them. They were only able to get away from the creature when they reached the edge of Point Pleasant. The monster disappeared off into a field as they entered the town. After stopping at the local Dairyland to discuss what had happened, the teens decided to head back onto Route 62 to see if it was still there. They discovered a dead dog in the road and claimed the creature then jumped over the car and went through the woods on the opposite side of the road. They drove back into town and stopped at the local Tiny's Diner and contacted the police. Deputy Millard Alstead accompanied them back to the TNT area again, but there was no clear sign of the creature. The witnesses, however, claimed to see red eyes, shadows, and dust being kicked up nearby. They also reportedly heard a strange noise that sounded like a squeak or a record being sped up. The Malleys accompanied Linda and Roger back to the Scarberry home, where they stayed awake all night with fear. The next day, the sheriff held a press conference and the newspapers began being written about the story. By that night, the TNT area was full of cars and people were looking for the monster. While the locals called it the bird, the newspapers called the creature Mothman.
On September 12, 1952, around 7 o'clock on Friday evening, a group of young boys, consisting of Eugene Lemon, 17, Neil Nunley 14, Eddie made 13, Freddie made 10, Ronnie Shaver also 10, playing football on the lawn of Flatwoods Elementary School. Suddenly, the group saw what they described as a fireball fly quickly overhead and appear to land vertically on a nearby hilltop just past the Fisher farm. The boys were in disbelief. They weren't sure if what they had just seen was a flying saucer, a meteorite, an airplane crash. Did people need help? Should they report it? The boys run to Eddie and Freddie's grandparents' house. Their mother, Kathleen May, was there at the time. The boys explained the story to the relatives. Kathleen May joined the group of boys and headed out to the hilltop where the mysterious object had appeared to land. On the way up the steep hill, they noticed a pulsating or flashing light, accompanied by loud hissing and banging sounds. Once they got a bit closer, they noticed a terrible sulfuric smell. The group finally came up on the object they saw previously and found out right away it was not a meteorite. To their surprise, it was some type of craft. At this point, the group decided it might be best to get out of there. But before leaving, they noticed movement next to a nearby tree. They shined a flashlight toward the movement, and that's when they saw the creature. It was about 12 feet tall, with a round, blood-red face and bright, glowing eyes that illuminated the entire area. It also had a helmet or shroud over its head, described as being shaped like the ace of spades or playing card deck. The rest of its body appeared to be made up of some type of green metallic material. It was terrifying, so they began to run. As they were trying to get away, they sprayed them with some kind of oil. The creature did not walk, but hovered after them. The group managed to escape unharmed, but each member felt sick for several days after the incident. And unsurprisingly, the media had a field day with this incident, and the group, now known as the Seven, became quite famous. They even traveled as far as New York City to appear on talk shows to discuss what they saw.
The Ugwa is a freshwater cryptid that is said to look like a giant two-headed snapping turtle. And it weighs in at about 500 pounds and it's 20 feet long. It roams West Virginia and Pennsylvania areas, mostly dwelling in the Ohio and Allegheny rivers. Though it is known as an aquatic cryptid, it is said to come onto land and feed on deer, cattle, and unsuspecting humans. There have been several sightings of the Ugwa in Marin County, West Virginia. It is said that the first sighting of the creature was in 1745, where a witness reported a giant two-headed turtle coming out of the river and pulled a 12-year-old boy who was fishing on the bank into the river, who was never seen again. Hey folks, thank you so much for listening. I just wanted to put together something like this because I found myself listening to my own stories to fall asleep. And I looked around and started getting suggestions for stories to help put you to sleep. I recorded my very own rain sounds here at my house and thought I'd use it. I think it came out good, but let me know what y'all think in the comments. And before I send y'all off, I want y'all to check out the commercial we put together for the karate school I started with my friends, Average Joe Karate. And here it is.